welcome to Northern Farms. In this series, I'm going to start a new farm from scratch and try to build it up over 2 years into a thriving farming enterprise. How far will we get? Let's get farming. So we're down at the shop, and this is where we're going to start our farming journey here on Northern Farms. I'm really excited about this. This map is by my good friend Simulation for the Nation, and I've been waiting to crack into this for quite a while at this point. Now we're going to be setting the time up to 10 times, so we're going to be moving fairly quickly on this series. We're going to be starting at 1 day months, and before we get too deep into this series, I want to show you the settings that we've got. So we've got a 10 times timescale. We're running on normal difficulty to give us just a little bit of boost starting from scratch. We have seasonal growth on. We got 1 day per month. We've got snow on. We have all of the other realism stuff on. So crop destruction, periodic plowing, fieldstone, and weeds. And everything else is exactly where you would expect it to be for this type of gameplay. So I want to start off by popping into the shop and grabbing ourselves our first piece of equipment. And that is going to actually be in the sales. A Massey Ferguson 8S for 99,270. It's got 10 hours on it. And this is going to be the perfect tractor to be running most of our farm on. And so the setup I'm going for this actually takes it up to 114,000, and that's 114,270. We've got the Massey Ferguson 8S 245, so that gives us 245 horsepower to play with. We've got Michelin tires on it. We're going for the anniversary edition of it because I love the grey panels on the side. And the only other upgrade we're going over the used is we're going to get GPS installed because that will make our lives a little bit easier. License plate. As always, we're going to pick somebody at random from the producer level patrons, and selecting somebody at random, we've got the Thefisherj. So I'm going to go with FI54ERJ for the number plate. The 4 is a little bit of a stretch for the H, but I think that works really, really well. So we're going to go with that number plate, and then we are going to buy this tractor. Now, this is pretty much the only thing we're going to buy today. And the reason for that is we need to buy our farmland. And the farmland we're going to go for is the main farm on here. It involves fields 8, 9, 6, and 5. We've got a good spread of crops on here. We've got wheat in 8, we've got carrots in 9, and then 6 and 5 are both grass fields. So if we go with that, it's farmland ID 2. It's slightly down. It's a good mix of loam and sandy loam, though. Oh, and a big wodge of silty clay. So let's buy that, and that is 348,264. So to get started today, that leaves us with 37,466. But if we go back to here and have a look at what we're going to need, I think our wheat is already ready to harvest. So let's get a trailer, a combine, and get back up there to start some harvest off. And the combine we're going to go for is the class Lexion. We're going to go for the Lexion 740 here. Michelin tires with the crawler track. Cover is version 1. The only other alteration we've got the Europa style one. We've got GPS on the roof because we've added GPS to the combine as well, and we've got manual discharge turned on. Picking somebody at random from the producers again, we are going to be giving the number plate to Ionut Andrei Paval. So I've gone with IO12 Nut, which I think is a really great number plate for this. We are going to go with that, and this, because we're not going to be using the combine for very long, we've only got 1 field, we are going to lease this harvester. That is by far the most expensive leasing we're going to have to do today at 11,918, so we'll lease that. And to go with that, we're going to need a header, so we're going to go with the Class Combo Flex 1080. We will lease that as well. No actual customizations for that too. And to get it back to the farm, we are going to need a header trailer as well. So we're going to go with the Nardi N6035 to do that too. So we'll lease that as well. And finally, we're going to need a trailer to cart the grain. We're going to go with this Red Rock 20-ton trailer. This should fit perfectly on our tractor. And in fact, the Red Rock trailer in black, I think looks fantastic on the Massey Ferguson's tractor. We don't have enough money to buy this outright, so we're going to lease this as well for £1,195. One final thing I need is just a weight for the front of the tractor, just to balance things out. So we will buy this because this isn't going to cost us too much. And that leaves us with a nice little bit of money. 19,555 left, and we've got a brand new combine ready for us to go with, and our second-hand tractor with a Red Rock trailer. Now, we do have the damage system on here. Inspection required in 12 months, current damage is 4, so we are going to have to get this scanned at some point. We will do that in the next little bit, but the tractor will be out of action while we are doing that. So plan is to get it to winter and then do the scanning and checking and everything then. Let's see if we've got follow me on here. We do. So we are going to follow the combine. We're going to put it at 50 behind, and then we can get this convoy back to the farm. It is already 20 to 11 in the morning. So we really need to get moving here, because otherwise we're going to find we run out of time to get our harvest done. Before we continue on the farm, this video is brought to you in partnership with the awesome people at Apex Gaming PCs. I've teamed up with Apex Gaming PCs to create a custom line of PCs suitable for everyone from beginner farmers to virtual farming experts. And the highest spec machines are also perfect for streaming and content creation. Apex Gaming PCs have dropped the prices on almost all their products by 30%, so there's never been a better time to go check them out. This class combine is a really excellent mod. You can see the little air freshener just bouncing around there. I really like this. It should work really well for us. Now, the biggest problem I'm going to have is getting this header in that field. From here, this might be a little bit of an issue, so I think we're going to have some moving around to do. We might even have to go into our yard. We only just managed to get this combine through here. Oh, in fact, this may not be quite so difficult because we do have an open gate. We're going to lose some crop. There is no way, I don't think I can get this in here without that. So we're going to have to drive on the crop to do this. And we want to take the widest angle coming into this field that we can. So I'm going to pop out here, and you can see the issue I have here with this header is that I'm going to have to try and maneuver it back a little bit to get it as wide into here as possible. And these gates opening into the field like this, while it makes it easier initially, I am having to pull the wheel round, but we're in. And actually, that's not too bad. As I said, we are destroying some of the crop. Not the end of the world. And as soon as we get the tractor here, we can pull this header trailer out of the way. So we will attach our header like so. Back it off a little bit. And yeah, we're not quite clear of the gates. In fact, can we close the gates here and make moving this out the way a bit easier? I'm not sure we can, actually. Will that miss the trailer? That will miss the trailer. Fantastic. So let's back this off. And then I think the easiest thing for us to do is unfold our harvester. We'll connect up everything here. Do we have, yeah, that's everything. Let's see if it'll start up. Yes. And yes. And with the header then. And away we go. We're going to make straw in here too, because we really are going to need that. So let's switch that over around the end of the header trailer, and away we go. We just need to do a little bit of clearing up with the tractor. In fact, we need to stop the tractor following at this point, which it has. I'll reverse it off, and then I can get everything going with our harvest. This should be pretty good. It's already 11:30, but I think we're going to knock this out with this harvester pretty quickly. The yield on our first field is not great, but it should at least give us a good basis. What we really need off here, though, is straw. Part of what is great about the main farm on here is not only do we have access to chickens and sheep here, but we're going to have cows as well. So this is going to be the farm that I have with the most animals on it for quite a while. And I'm pretty excited about that. It's been a while since I've done a lot of animals on in one time in a playthrough. So, yeah, we're going to get chickens, we're going to get sheep, and we're going to get cows. We do have the option of horses here, but I find horses to be very time-consuming and end up not paying very well. So we're not going to do the horses. We're probably going to convert the horse field, actually, into another field for doing grass on to feed both the sheep and the cows. So that should be quite good. What I'd quite like to do on here is hay pellets. If we can get straw harvest working and get hay pellets going, that would be really good. As I said, all the straw that we have on our fields here, I think we're going to need for doing bedding for the cows. So I'm not planning on doing that, but I am planning to see if we can do hay pellets, because they store quite easily compared to the hay bales themselves. And I've closed the gates and we've got the trailer out the way. That makes things easier for us. Also, the way that we've had to do this field to begin with makes it very easy for me coming around and turning to do the second headland, because we want our auger out. In fact, we are fairly close to having a full tank at this point. So let's go into here and get started on this second headland. That way, by the time we reach this corner, we should be able to get the auger out and unload our combine. And we've got manual discharge on the combine, so pulling our trailer under won't immediately get it to empty. But once we jump back in the combine, I'm going to lift the header up and we'll empty it out. And we should be able to see this emptying then. Yeah, in fact, there it is. I have to lean forward a little bit, I think. But yeah, it's emptying, so that's all good. So we want to get this all emptied out. We've got about just under 9,000 litres that we've emptied. And this trailer will take 2 full combine loads before we need to go and tip it somewhere. I think we're going to have to tip it on the floor in our shed. Now, this being a start from scratch series, we do already have a £200,000 loan. I am looking probably to borrow more money. I mean, we've only got 19,000 left, and that is not going to be enough to get all of our animals set up. So we are going to have to borrow some extra money. I will lease where I need to and buy where I can. So it's going to be one of those series where we have quite a bit of investment, especially in the first year here. And we try and get as much set up as we can. We have lease to own, so I'm probably going to hold on to the combine for now after today. And in fact, it might be worth us trying to take on a couple of contracts over the next couple of months with this combine. So we'll see if we can do that as well. For now, though, yeah, fully expect that we're going to be increasing the loan we have on here and trying to pay it off as quickly as we can. With the headlands done, what I want to do now is cut into the field, and given the width of this field, I think we can probably cut in straight and go with it that way. So straight up here like this. This is slightly off center, which is where I'd quite like to be. So we'll set ourselves up to be going at 0 degrees. We will activate the GPS, and I'm gonna set A plus heading. Our heading is 0, so we'll set that. We then want to do the width automatically, start us off and drop it down, and now we should have an easy time of getting the rest of this field done. 60% full. Looks like we're going to be emptying out probably on the next return. I've got a hired worker just working here to do the emptying on this row. We'll pick the combine back up at the other end, and I've just got a little bit close to the combine. Our auger actually on this combine, as you can see, is not that far further out from the header there. You can see it's not a huge gap that we have to maintain. So if we get too close, it is going to cause issues. We are only 2/3 full though, so I think we can get another go out of this combine with this tractor and trailer. I get the distinct feeling from the yield map that the best land on our farm is not in this field. That is quite a low yield that we're getting off here, and that really suggests that the yield for here, or the land underneath, is either silty clay or the loamy sand that we know exists here. We're going to have to adjust things ever so slightly, because it looks like the hired worker wasn't perfectly online. Oh no, it's not too bad. I think we will be okay going through here. But as I was saying, this definitely looks like a lower yielding part of the field, and so as a result, this is very much looking like all the good land that we have is in our grass fields, the other side of the farm. We're all but certainly going to be able to fit all of this in one trailer, which is actually pretty good. We can hold on for a while until we decide what we're actually going to do with it, which is great news. It means that we can get some in to feed chickens early on next time, and I think the animals are very much going to be the focus of our farm for the second episode. Getting them onto the farm and getting them sorted. As I've said earlier, we do want to get chickens and sheep and cows on here, and if we can get grass work started next time and this straw baled up, that is going to go a long way to us getting them set up. Certainly the chickens are going to be the first animals we get on here. We've got the feed for them, and we can get them set up very easily. Last little bit of wheat, and it's not been too bad. Looks like 10 tons a hectare is roughly what we were getting off here. That is not bad at all. So let's turn off the header. We'll turn off the auger, turn off the thresher and get the auger out. And if I've got my alignment correct, we should be nicely over the trailer, which we are. So let's empty that out, and then we can go and do something about it. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll put this down. We'll let that empty out, and while that's doing, let's go and have a look at the chickens. So this is our chickens patch here. Now, I am not 100% sure how we are going to get the wheat from over there into here. How, because this here is the eggs area, this here is the feeding trough, and this here is a gate that doesn't open. So let's see if we can get some chickens. We won't get too many for now. We will buy them matured because we want them making eggs straight away. We can take 60 into here by the looks of things, although it says 100. So I'm going to start off with 30 and a rooster to get us going. So, yep. And buy 30. Yes. Okay. And we will get a rooster as well. We don't want 30 roosters. We just want the one. There we are. We'll buy that as well. Right. And now I've just got to work out how to get these fed. Interesting thing is, I thought I had the space in this trailer, but because we are running a more realistic thing and we're going with max weight over max capacity, we can only take 80% in this trailer. So we'll just drive this up here and just see if we get any kind of tipping ability here. Oh, we don't. So we are going to have to find another way of getting feed in with our chickens. That is going to be quite a challenge, I think. For now, what I'm going to do is take this trailer here, and we have an area that I think we can tip stuff into on the ground. And that is if we bring this in here like so, and then spin our tractor and trailer round, we should be able to get this into the right place. I think getting a windmill on here that will allow us to process our grain, or possibly just a silo to do it, is going to be a good way to go. Quite a tight yard here for some fairly big equipment that we're starting with. But that doesn't faze me. I think that this is quite a good way for us to go, especially if this tractor is such a good all-round tractor. We can, if we feel we need to, put a front loader on this, but I think I'd like to have a telehandler around the yard instead, and then just back this into here. Yeah, and this will do as a good storage for us for now. We are going to need, though, to get this out of here before we get the carrots, because if we're going to have somewhere to tip the carrots on the ground as well, that is going to be an interesting thing. So, yeah, lots of stuff to think about, lots of stuff to try and work out on how to get this farm to work the best for us. But I think things are going to work out well for us. We have got off to a great start here. We've got this field harvested. We have plenty of stuff that's going to keep us busy around here and help build the farming empire that we have. And I'm just going to unload the rest of this, get this tipped as well. Then I think we're in a really good space. So with that emptying, that is where I'm going to leave it for today. Come back next time. We're going to get involved with the animals and get them properly started and try and work out where our how we're going to get those chickens fed. That is going to be a really interesting thing. So it's our second month on the farm, and it's going to be a pretty busy day here. As I said in the introduction, we need to find some way to feed the chickens, and I think a new piece of equipment is going to be very important in getting that done. And first, we're going to have to deal with the straw. So we're heading down to the shop to get a baler. I think is going to be our best bet for doing that. We got several options as far as that goes. And looking at the various options we've got for balers, I've been very tempted to go for the Massey Ferguson, the Fenton here, where we've got a built-in wrapper on them, and they'd be pretty good, but I kind of want to buy that kind of thing outright. I want to be able to adjust the foil and things like that. So instead, I think we're going to go for something a bit simpler to start with. And yeah, I've not really used stuff from the GoWheel pack so far. So let's put some BKT tires on here. We'll put the wide tires on it. We're going to leave the Thefisherj number plate on because this is going to be pulled by our tractor. And let's buy, no, we're going to lease this. It's 59,000. We have nowhere near enough money, but very few options on it. So yes, 3,054 for the lease cost on that. And that's the thing. I think at this stage, with this start from scratch, we are very much going to be leasing a lot of stuff. I want to keep the actual cost of our loan down and give us the leeway that if we need to borrow the money, we can. So we should be fairly good with that. We also will get a bale wrapper for when we start doing silage a little later. But initially, we can get away with doing hay for both the cows and the sheep. So that will be a good start. Now, of course, this baler will not allow us to turn any hay we make into pellets initially. But I think that's probably going to be a second-year thing. It is ultimately what I would like to do on here. At the moment, though, we just do not have the money to invest in machinery that expensive. Now, this baler, this only does these small 125 centimeter bales. So it's going to be quite a few bales that it produces from on here. We are going to have to extend this farm at some point. And I think that means we're going to have to knock some fences down. I think that's going to be a sensible thing for us maneuvering wise anyway. Let's turn on the baler and put it down. Yeah, there we go. So this should allow us to clear these up fairly quickly. We'll be able to stack them at the side of the field and go from there. But these 125 centimeter bales, as I said, will produce quite a few. So we'll have to find a way of getting them off here so that we can work this field pretty quickly, because that is going to be the thing. We do need to get this field turned around because we want to get next year's crop in. And things like canola need to go in now. So I think we're probably going to end up with a spring crop in here. Same goes for the carrot field over there. One of the beauties of having this tractor on our farm as our main work tractor is that there's very little, especially at this stage, that we can throw at it that it won't be able to handle. Most of the balers that we can throw at it will be fine with. Any 6 meter piece of kit should be fine as well. Just pretty much everything that we have. This will be a great all-round tractor for. Which makes me very, very happy. The fact that it's only got 10 hours on it and it's secondhand was just a massive boon. Getting this for what, 40-50% off was the perfect setup for us on here. So I don't think there'll be a need for a new tractor for a while. What I would like to get on here is to get a telehandler. And that is going to be our next purchase. I was kind of hoping that one might turn up in the sales overnight, but unfortunately nothing turned up in the sales. So we'll see how things progress during the day. And one of the advantages of doing this job now is that it will give the shop a chance to refresh, and we'll be able to see if anything actually turns up that might be useful later in the day. We're coming up to our 12th bale now. We are going to be probably about 20 bales of this field in total, which is really quite good. That should keep us going fair while with our cows. So just bring that up to 100%. Open that up. And yeah, I think there's a possibility that we might get up to 20 bales off here. The following rows, well, judging by that, we're getting about a bale a row. We've got 4 more rows to go, 3 more full rows to go, maybe. So maybe it's going to be as low as 15. But that's absolutely fine. 15 bales is a good number for us to get some manure running with the cows, or possibly just to do a little bit of extra padding in our feed for them as well. We're actually going to be closer to 20 bales than I thought. This is bale number 18. Absolutely fantastic. So is there one more bale in the leftover straw on this field? There's actually a decent amount in that last little row there. This row here, though, is a lot thinner on the ground. I don't know if there is a full 65%, although it's going up at a fairly decent rate. This does get thicker towards the end of the field. So us being about halfway through the row and getting near on 50% is really good. There are a few patches around the field. You can see one over there to the left as well. Can we get a 19th bale off here? That would be really good to manage to squeeze that much out. But we're at 74%. So we're nowhere near that full bale. Oh, having run all over the field, the most I can get it up to is 85%. So we'll have to leave that there. We'll go and try and find somewhere to park this. I don't know about the width on this. Our wide tires actually might be the undoing of it. Will it slot in there? It might actually slot in this barn here. And this is the problem I'm finding at the moment. Is this yard is very tight for our equipment that we've got on here. We're able to slot bits and pieces, surprisingly in places I wasn't expecting to. So there is that on the plus side. Yeah, the combine's having to sit in the silage or the silage clamp. The header trailer is way too big for round here, and our tractor does fit in here. Yeah, I think this might work for a tractor and a telehandler maybe, but I think as our farm expands, we are going to need to find somewhere to expand our farm to. So I've headed back down to the shop. We're going to go and see now if we can do something about getting a telehandler. What have we got in the shop here? We've got an Oxbo. We've got the Oxbo rower, which I would, under normal circumstances, be very happy to see this piece of equipment. This is a fantastic piece of equipment, but unfortunately, it's 55,000 and we are not ready to buy something like this. So I need to go shopping for some telehandlers, and I would love to get either the JCB Agri-Loadal, which is 108,000, or the Merlot Turbo Farmer. And I haven't had a Merlot on a series in a while. So let's price this thing up and just see how much money we're going to... we'll start off leasing this. So let's see how much it's going to cost us to lease it. We can add a trailer hitch, which I think will be very useful. We can also put Michelin tires on it. I could go for the standard or the wide tires. The wide tires, for what we're doing, is probably the better way to go. Clean windows, we're going to add the safety frame, and then the rest of it is good. Let's find somebody to go on the number plate. And congratulations go to Tazoslo. You've been selected at random from the producer level patrons. So yeah, we go with TA20SLO on there. And okay that. We will then lease the Merlot for 4,630. It's going to cost us nearly £1,000 a day to have this. But for now, I don't want to spend the extra cash. So yes. Perfect. And then to go with that, we are going to need a bale fork, and I will buy that outright for 900. And I want a Brestle and Lade high tip bucket, which unfortunately is 8,250 in the configuration we want. So that will have to be leased for £82 a day. Right, so let's go check out our new piece of equipment. We have the bale spike there. We've got the bucket there. And then we've got the Merlot itself. Let's jump in this. Now, I haven't got the 3-point linkage on the back of this, and I think eventually if we bought this, I would absolutely be looking to get that. I think we're going to have to take a couple of trips back and forth to get this back and forth. Unless I can find a way to get the 3-point in the bucket. I will have a quick go at this because this might be humorous if it fails. So come in close. Yeah, if I could lift it up. Yeah. Let's see if I can find a way to get this in here and get this back all at once. So with a little bit of help from the guys in the shop, we've managed to actually haul this into the bucket. So let's get this up and turn on our beacon. There we go. And away we go back up to the farm. And deal with the other 2 jobs that we have to do today. Getting these spikes out of this bucket should be a lot easier than it was getting them in. And we will just tip them off onto the side of the field here, where we can come and pick them up. So, get them out. Yeah, there we go. Those are out. And now I'm going to go and try and feed my chickens. So this is the reason why I got the bucket. We have stuff all over this farm that we are going to need to scoop up and do with this bucket. And in fact, when we come to sell this wheat, we're going to need to get it up in the bucket anyway. So fill the bucket up and let's see if we can actually feed our chickens with it. Now there's a gateway that I might be able to come in from. At the moment it's clear because we don't have any eggs and because our chickens have yet to be fed. We are able to go through that gateway towards their feeding trough, but I think we might have to come from the roadway in future to feed our chickens. So let's get this in here. And yeah, so here normally is where the eggs would be. I'm just gonna take this forwards like so, and we'll try carefully tipping. If any of this goes on the ground, then we're gonna have a problem, but that does seem to be feeding the chickens. Yeah, that's all going in. And wow, that has only fed them a really small amount. So I don't think any of our wheat is going to go for sale this year. I think we're going to end up feeding all of it to the chickens. The chickens have taken a really big chunk of our wheat. We've ended up with probably about half of all of the wheat we've harvested going to the chickens, which surprises me a bit. Hopefully that will keep them going for a very long time. But right now they are they've eaten, well, they've got about 8,000 liters. I think it's going to be by the end of this. Let's get this into here as well. Yeah, there we go. That is full. So how much is that? In total, our chickens have got 9,000 liters. So yeah, that is basically full trailer, over a full trailer. We could put 8,000 liters in our trailer. So just over a full trailer has gone to the chickens. And I think we only got just over, well, yeah, we got about, I think it was about 13,000 liters out of the field anyway. So yeah, looking quite a bit down on the amount we got. In fact, no, I think we got more than that because our trailer holds more than 10 tons. Our Red Rock trailer holds 27,000 liters, but we had a lot less than that. So yeah, okay, so we've not put that much in. We've maybe put a third of our wheat in. Still a sizable amount though to keep those chickens fed. And of course, they will probably need some more later in the year as well. I don't know how long that will keep them fed for. So chickens are going to be something that need a lot of feeding on here. Now, will this fit within here? Oh, that is, yeah, that is too tight. I saw that clipping the edge, so we need to find somewhere else to put this. In fact, I've been wondering what we can put in these sheds here. And this end shed is very accessible to my telehandler. So, yeah, let's put our telehandler parts or our bits like the bucket in here. And I think, actually, it didn't connect up these. Now, can I connect these up? Yeah. So I wasn't using the overloading function or the top function on my bucket then, because I needed to connect the valves up and I didn't do it. So that's why that wasn't working. Now we just need somewhere to place and stack all of these bales. I think we're going to have to find somewhere off to the side a little bit and see how many of these we can get off a field at the same time. So with 18 bales on the field, ideally I want to try and get off here in as few trips as possible. So what I'm going to do is try and create triple stacks like this. Our telehandler should be more than capable of lifting this. And then we'll get them off the field this way. I just don't know where we're going to put them. Best place I think to put them is in here. These are really too narrow to put anything else, and the bales just about fit nicely between the two support struts. So 6 rows of bales should also fit in there quite nicely. So that might actually turn out to be pretty perfect. This is my third lot, and I'm getting better at getting these initial stacks going quite nicely. We want to go forwards, please. Yeah, and then in. And yeah, this field should be cleared fairly well. We're going to have to scan it. I mean, that is a big thing that we need to do going forwards. We need to get all of our fields scanned to get the most out of everything around here. We're going to have to mulch it. We're probably going to have to put some lime on it this year as well. And yeah, so lots that needs doing. Let's get this in here. And of course, the other big expense we're going to have over the next couple of months is we've got to get a carrot harvester of some description in order to get all of those carrots lifted. I am really intrigued to how we're going to do that. I've got to do it in a way that we can get it up in a day. But at the same time, that big carrot harvester is so expensive. I don't know if spending 20 odd grand to do it is really a wise choice. I'm really pleased I got the white tires on this. It has been absolutely perfect for this field. We are going to be very much using this as a piece of equipment all around the place. As I said, I'm slightly disappointed that I forgot to get the 3-point, but you live and learn. And eventually, maybe when we can afford to buy this, we might be able to do that and add the 3-point on. For now, though, it'll do the job fine. We can use it. We got the tow hitch on, so if we need to go and get anything with it, if we need to put a trailer on, or going and picking things up for the shop and things like that, we'll be able to do that, so that'll be good. We are going to have to go and buy a set of forks soon, so at that point we'll probably buy a flatbed of some description to put on the back of here so that we can take eggs to market and do other bits and pieces like that, because we're gonna need to make money from the eggs now that we've put most of our wheat into there. And in fact, our wheat is probably going to be all reserved for the chickens at the moment. I'm very pleased with this, though. We have got all of this straw off the field. We've got a nice bit of shelter for it, and it's going to fit in here really, really well. Look at that. looking at the map, I'm fairly sure, yeah, our carrots are ready to harvest. So we want to go and grab a carrot harvester and get in there next time. But we've got these 2 fields to cut. So both, let's have a look here. Both 5 and 6 are ready to cut as well. 6, of course, is our sheep pen. 5, though, is a separate field. We also need to deal with the horses, but we'll deal with the horse paddock probably over the winter, I think. Yeah, so we can remove the horse field items and we'll be able to remove the horse barn. And we may even start building a more machinery-focused yard the other side of the house there. But for now, I think that's really good. We've got a lot of work done here today. And our brand new Turbo Farmer, our Merlot Turbo Farmer, is doing a fantastic job. So we're gonna be dealing with carrots today. They're ready in the field. We need to get them harvested, and really we need to keep the cost down, because I don't know if you saw during that introduction that the field is absolutely packed full of weeds, and there is no way that we can actually get rid of those before we harvest. So I'm taking our Merlot here down to the shop. We are going to carefully come out of here because the cars come thick and fast. And we're going to pop into the shop and lease something that will help us sort things. And we're also going to buy something that we need for the farm as well. So let's pop out of here and into the shop. Before we can buy anything, though, or even lease anything, what we're going to have to do is borrow some money, because we're finally in the negative. It's cost us too much. So we're going to borrow 10,000. I'm hoping this is going to be enough to do what we want to do. In fact, I'm going to borrow 20,000. That should be more than enough. And then I think the carrot harvester I'm going to go for is going to be this one. This is the DeWolf GCCI. We will go with the Michelin tires. We need to put the correct number plate on for the tractor. So that's F154 ERJ for Thefisherj. And okay, and then we're going to lease this. This is going to cost us 9,235 to lease. So I was right to increase the loan a little bit. And I'm not going to hold on to this for very long, because this we just want for today. I'm not planning on doing the carrots beyond really today. So yes to that. And then with that, we are also going to need a set of forks. These are going to be 2,000. We are going to buy those outright. Now, we need these to move eggs around as well. So that should be a good setup, especially for getting the carrots collected with just the single tractor. This will produce boxes. We can then go around the field, pick the boxes up with this. And that will make things easier. Definitely a good way to go. The only thing that worries me about this setup is the fact that we have a single row on that harvester. So doing all of this in a day is going to be quite a challenge. Let's pull... right, we need to pull this away from the wall here. So just lift that up and bring it out. Now, one of the nice things about this Merlot is this Merlot will actually work a field as a tractor with the right stuff on it. Because we have it leased at the moment, we can't reconfigure it, and I should have got the better configuration at the back. What we do have is a rear hitch, so that will be fine. Oh, and it will connect those up. In fact, oh wow, this will actually run this harvester. I'm not going to run this harvester with it. But yeah, this will actually run the harvester, which is actually a little bit funny. Not what I planned to do with this Merlot, but I do think that's great. Oh, does that stick out? Oh, we've got a wide wheel on the back here. Already bending this piece of equipment. But we'll be fine. Just turn it around and out of the way. Yeah, there we go. It's got steering axle wheels, so it can be a little bit of a funny thing to do, especially with this Merlot on the front. So we'll bring this up to here and drop it off, yeah, at this point here. That will give us the space to hook it up to the tractor. As I was saying last time, this tractor should be more than enough to handle pretty much anything we can throw at it, and this carrot harvest is no exception. I am a little bit worried about that gateway. That is a really narrow gateway to get this through. Thankfully, I think we'll be all right. I certainly would have liked to have tried to get our combine through here, and we might have to do that next year. But we're going to drive straight into the field and just hit the first row once we're in. Now let's see if we can get this round here and down the side of my house without hitting anything. Yeah, that is very tight through there. Tractor will go through fine. Whether the harvester will? No, harvester goes through fine as well. We seem to be all good, so we'll get that there. And we'll close up this gate. Then I can back this up. And we'll start in the middle of the field and work our way out. Can I back this right up? Yeah, we're going to have a little bit at the ends we're not going to be able to do. So unfold our harvester. Right, and we need to get this to produce the boxes. Buy new boxes. 4 boxes for 520. Yes, we have a set of boxes on here. We'll turn it on. We'll drop it down. And into the first row. Now, normally, I would get the GPS running on this tractor. But that doesn't seem to want to work. Well, that won't work with this setup. And in fact, if we position ourselves like this, it seems like we might get 2 rows up at once, which would be great. I think our yield on here might actually be worse than the yield we had on the previous field. That is utterly awful. Wow. That is getting near to being a deep red on here, and that is down to about a 50% yield almost with these. Gonna get round in this corner here. It's fun, but we're in. And I'm lining up now to do a single row. We are not doing any headlands at the moment because it is just, well, the rows aren't actually seeded that way, so that's why I've not gone for that. I am having to go down to single rows now. We are in that position because covered in the middle there, you can see we've still got some weeds, so we have missed some carrots in the middle. So I'm down to taking single rows out. We're only 40% full at this point. What is surprising me though is how fast we're actually getting through this field. The turnarounds are quite quick, and we are in a really good position on it. I'm quite happy with the progress on this. So maybe we might actually get this done today. I was concerned that that wasn't going to happen, but yeah, we're not doing too bad at the moment, even if we are having troubles getting around on the headlands. But that'll sort itself out eventually as we get a bigger and bigger section cut into the middle of this field. Once we're far enough into the field, turning around at the ends definitely becomes easier. We are 70% full on these first set of boxes, which is fantastic. So lift this up here and turn ourselves around. I found going round this way actually works better. Yes, it does mean that we're driving over the crops. These carrots, though, aren't planted on the ridges, so that's also not going to help their overall yield. But As I said, I'm slightly surprised. We are already over 5,000 litres of carrots. They don't pay massively well, so I think we're going to need a huge amount. But we will at least get a nice set of boxes of carrots to sell. And wow, yeah, that box there is getting almost full, and it's switched to the front one. So we are in a position now where we're making our way through to the last box. And this is why we got the forks, so that we can get these all picked up and get them sold off when we are able. This is the first time I've used this carrot harvester with these boxes, and I'm impressed. It's working really well. It fits this farm absolutely perfectly for what we're doing on here. And yeah, it's couldn't be happier with the selection. I think the big harvester would have been too big and too expensive to have run on here. It would have cost us 3 times as much to lease it. We need to make a couple of 100,000 with this. In fact, we probably should be going the other way round, I get the feeling. Because what I need to do now is drop these boxes off. So we will come here into the middle of the field. Yeah, I have a feeling we should be going around the other way. So let's bring up the F1 menu. So unload boxes is Z. Yeah, off the back they go, and we want to pull forward carefully like that. And yeah, I get the feeling that we really should, yeah, well, 4 more boxes, that we really should be going the other way around in this field. So let's get those boxes out the way, because we'll need the Merlot to do that. Get them out the way, and then we can start cutting this field properly, I think. But now I'm going to put the boxes of carrots in this shed here. This is our, well, it's one of our sheep pen sheds. We've not got any sheep in here at the moment, but we can maneuver this around and in here. And 4 boxes of these will fit nicely down the end here. So we should be able to just be able to get all of these in here and sorted. It's a little bit tight, but I don't think it's a massive problem. And yeah, we can put them in there and then grab a flatbed in the near future and go and get them sold with that. We're going to need a flatbed anyway, so that will be good. And hopefully we'll be able to get somewhere with these carrots. Oh yeah, we need to get the other 2. So 2 more, we'll get these off the field, and then we'll get back to harvesting. Okay, so I've switched around, and we are now doing this the other way around, and this makes much more sense to me. Driving on where we've already harvested, trying to avoid driving on the crop as much as possible. Much more realistic, makes much more sense. And as we open up the field, I think it'll work a lot better. We're still quite tight turning this corner, but it is still working for the most part. And yeah, I'm happy with this. This is good, and we are already 27% full, so we've already filled up a quarter of our boxes, which is pretty amazing that we're working that fast through this again. That's awesome. The only bit that I need to work around a little bit more is this diagonal bit at the end here. It's quite fiddly to do this bit, but this is going well. I think we're not halfway through the field, and it is 10 past 12, so it is taking a little bit longer than I expected, or than I think it was going to take, but we are making better progress than I was expecting. So still plenty of way to go. but we're doing well with how far we've got, I think. Our second boxes, or our second set of boxes, are ready. So we'll unload them in the field here. That should give us enough space, I think, to work around them. I'm not going to immediately pick them up off the field, but we have the rain coming down now. Let's buy some more boxes and put them on, and away we go. Yeah. We've got the rain coming down. I've been around the headland a couple of times to try and ease things a bit, so things should be getting a bit easier around here. But the mud will start to cause us a problem if the rain goes on too long. If we're lucky, this will be a nice short shower and it won't affect us too much. But there's a good possibility the rain might set in, and then we're just going to get bogged down in this field and have a lot of trouble getting these carrots up. The other big advantage to doing inside out with the harvester here is that we are able to go right up to the end of the rows for the most part, and pick up to the end of the row. The trouble we've got is this bit that's a bit longer here. But this field isn't rectangular, is really causing a bit of a problem trying to get the ends of these rows up, especially in this direction here. We're having to back this almost right into the hedge in order to pick it, but it comes in and we pick without too much hassle once we've reversed up. Yeah. It is just a case of how long is this rain going to set in? Are we going to get bogged down? Are we going to be in a situation where we can't actually move the harvester and get these carrots harvested? We still have a very long way to go in this field, and it's already 1:30. Having this delayed much longer is just going to cause a huge issue. We're getting more and more bogged down at the moment in this field. It's up to the bottom, or up to the edge of the wheel rims now, and I'm just keeping a close eye on it. One of the advantages we've got is that this harvester does not require as much horsepower as this tractor has, and as long as we keep moving, we should be all right. We are just over half full on this set of boxes, so that's going to be another 8 boxes by the time this is finished. And yeah, it's currently sitting on the rear, or it's currently going to the 3rd box along, so that is pretty good. I'm happy with that. We are, as I said at the start, not getting the best yield off of this field. Around we come, reverse it up so that we can get as far into this as possible. Yeah, the maneuvering here that's taking the time, and the fact that this is a single row harvester, of course, does not help. I do wish there was a dual row version of this, but there really isn't. And we do not have a second tractor to use with the trailer. Even if I think our telehandler might have been able to run this, things are getting really bogged down now. The tractor is struggling a little bit. I'm seeing some wheel spin from various points. And I do not want to be that far into the hedge. Let's see if we can wrap this round the top end of this field. But yeah, the mud is, well, the mud is quite deep. I don't think we're moving. Yeah, we're not moving. Oh, we're only 96% of the way there. Let's turn that off. See if we can move this. No, we are stuck. The mud has defeated us. I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case. yeah, we can move the tractor a bit, but the actual harvester does not want to move in this depth of mud. That is unfortunate. I was really, really hoping we weren't going to have this problem. But it cannot move it. It cannot move it. There is too much weight on the back there. And that's because we've got an almost full pallet of carrots there. Is there anything I can do with this to make things work? We have got wide tires on this, and I'm wondering if I can just lift the trailer or lift the harvester a little bit to get it to get that out of the mud and help there. Let's see, can we get under here? Oh, let's actually get under it. Just wait, no, that's not gonna, that's too much weight for the telehandler to do anything with. But with that off the ground like that, oh no, it doesn't want to move at all, any direction. Yeah, that is stuck and going nowhere. I think we might have to get the ones we've got on the field here off and pick this up once it's drier. It's, oh, that is so unfortunate. We really need to be able to get these carrots up and quickly, because at the moment, well, we've only got, I think we've only got one more month that we can get these carrots harvested. And I really wanted to get them harvested today, because tomorrow I want to, well, I want to get, oh, those are bouncing. Let's get these off one at a time. They're not happy at the moment. I want to get the grass cut. If we can get the grass cut, we can start looking over winter at getting the cows and the sheep. But at the moment, that is looking less and less likely, because it looks like we're going to have to deal with the remains of these carrots. As I'm going back and forth to the field here, trying to get these crates off, and with our tractor sitting there just unable to do anything, I do find myself wondering if getting some wide tires on the tractor might help. Might see if it can do anything, because we're gonna end up with no money next game day as well, because of our leasing and our loan at the moment. We're gonna have to we're gonna end up borrowing money to get the next set of crates onto the harvester, which annoys me. But I'm wondering if, yeah, a wide set of tires, buying those would get anything done. I don't know if we actually have a workshop on the farm, or we'll have to take them down to the shop for that. We've got a decent amount of carrots already, though. Although, I'm kind of wondering if stacking them in a long line like this was really the best way to get them in here, considering I think we might end up with double the amount of carrots we have now. So it may be that we're gonna have to rearrange those boxes, and I think I'll probably do that overnight while we've got this rain kicking about. It's gonna cause us issues to be an entire day behind, but if we can't get these carrots out, that's a lot of money we've invested in harvester and everything without actually getting anything back for it. I wonder how much our carrots are currently worth, because that's going to be an important thing. We've got 32,000 liters of carrots at the moment, because we've got 2 sets of 8 out at 2 No, there's 16,000 litres of carrots so far. Yeah, we've got 23,000 litres of carrots, and that includes the 4 that are currently on the actual trailer. Their price is 1,400. 147 per 1,000 litres. So the carrots we've got at the moment are only worth 3,400. 7,496. That doesn't even cover the cost of leasing the harvester. Harvester leasing costs are 9,000. Yeah, so we've spent 9,231 on leasing today. We're looking at spending about another 12. No, not quite that much. But yeah, probably about 10 to 12,000 in total on leasing today. So yeah, I'm not sure on any of our crops we've actually made any money so far. And pretty much for me at the moment, that's farming in a nutshell. We are desperately trying to find a way to make money on here at the moment, and we've yet to do it. So I don't really know what to do. We've got a tractor stuck deep in the mud, a trailer that, or a harvester that cannot go anywhere, a whole load of carrots sitting here waiting to be unloaded. This particular one on the end here, this has this is not a full pallet. Yeah, we've got 96%, but I don't think there's anything we can do. So that means that we're gonna have to leave it here for today and pick up this carrot harvest next time. Hopefully we're gonna get a drier day in November, but we're heading to be a day behind, which isn't great. So I got my tractor up and moving again. We got very, very stuck at the end of the last episode. We have managed to get to 98% full here, so we should be emptying another load of carrots out any minute. Yeah, there we go. Lifting and round. Really want to get these emptied out today as quickly as possible, because we absolutely need to get these done. So let's unload these like that. I think that will push them out the back. Yep. And then as soon as those are clear, we should be able to lift this back up again, get a new set of boxes. And that is, buy new boxes to fill. So we'll grab those, and then we can continue on. We don't want to reverse up. We want to move forwards. And then once I'm out of the way on this row, what we'll be able to do is go and get the telehandler and get those boxes moved out of the way. We did manage to buy boxes there, though, despite the fact that we were in the minus numbers. That is very, very interesting. I didn't know that was possible. So yeah, in order to keep harvesting, you can buy boxes even when you're in the negative. Mainly because I think you end up sort of leasing them. The boxes disappear once you finish. So down and in and into another row. And with any luck, we will get all of this finished off today, because it is November. This is the last day we can harvest these carrots. And we need to get them up because we need to make some money off them. So with the tractor well out of the way, we can go and grab these. The back one didn't quite unload as I would have hoped. So that is a little bit of an issue. But we have got another 4 boxes of carrots off here. That is a nice amount of carrots we got off this field. We definitely picked up the wrong harvester though, unfortunately. There's a harvester that is a third of the price that would have done boxes as well. We'd have had to have bought boxes more often and dropped them more often as well. But it would have saved us a lot of money. I don't know if it'd been any faster. That's my only worry. But dealing with the small fields that we're dealing with at the moment, I think it would have made a better choice. So I'm very much thinking of continuing carrots on here. I think a carrot and a carrot mix with a grain crop is a good one. I think we can get storage a little better than this. I think building a grain store is one of the big things I need to do on the farm. Quite where I'm going to put it at the moment with how we are, I don't know. We might have to see what we can do. But yeah, grain store is going to be something that is very needed around here. And I've no idea where to place it at the moment. The rest though, we can put these in the shed without too much difficulty if we're not having to tip grain on the ground. So yeah, it's really a case of working everything out, and once we've worked out where everything goes, we should be good. For now, let's get this collected up and clear our field off so that we can keep going. We're motoring through here, and now again it's 9:15, so time is massively of the essence today. I was hoping to be much further along with this, and maneuverability seems to be the big issue for us more than anything else. This is not a huge field, and this isn't that big a harvester, to be honest. I discovered the 2-row pickup here tends to pick up about 1.5 rows. So that would speed things up a little bit. But we've got to be careful not to miss anything. The actual time it's taking to fill a box is not too long. We're almost up to 2 boxes here. You can see the amount of maneuvering I have to do with this to actually get myself into position, especially on this side of the field. There's a lot of maneuvering to get up to the top end bit to then get myself in and lined up to pick up a row. But it's working, and I'm getting more efficient at it the further I go. Seems that there's more left on this side of the field than there is on the other. So what I'm going to need to do is start going around this side a little bit differently. But we're doing okay at the moment. We've got a nice amount of carrots coming off here. We are, I think, going to run out of storage space at some point. So we've got to really start to consider that. And in fact, I need to check exactly what price the carrots are going for, because I have a feeling we need to be selling them fairly soon as well. And I was talking about getting a more maneuverable harvester. This one here is 181,000. This is the one we're using. And in fact, somebody pointed out to me in the comments that we could have got this one. So this has the ability to put a box on it. And yeah, this would have been, this is a 3-point mounted. It's really close to the tractor. For a field this size would have worked really well. We'd have had to drop boxes off a little bit more often and purchase box. But yeah, that would have been a brilliant one to get. So I think if we continue with the carrots on here, we might get that. While we're in the shop, let's have a quick look in the sales as well. There is a carrot harvester in the sales. However, this is really interesting. This has a telehandler adaptation, and oh yeah, I think we should actually buy this. That would be good. And what's this? This would also be good, I think. Okay, so I am going to borrow 15,000. I'm going to get both of those purchased. So 1, 2, 3, 13,650. So we're going to buy this. I am not going to put the support roller on it. I am going to go with the pink foil wrap this time. And we will buy that. Yes. Okay. And that leaves us with 5,681, which is enough to get this This is a 3-meter power harrow. Yeah, it's a cultivator, which we need. So let's buy that as well. Yes, okay. And we can go and pick both of those up later. And in fact, yeah, we're going to have to borrow more money today because we're going to need to get a mower too. One other advantage, I think, to getting that other harvester would be that we could actually put a hired worker on it. I can't run a hired worker with this. We are stuck doing this ourselves simply because the harvester is too unwieldy to actually handle that. Now, I've got 4 boxes in my way, so I need to reverse this up, and then I can bring my telehandler in again. But yeah, if I was able to run the tractor and the harvester on a hired worker, that could drop stuff, and then I could come in with the telehandler and move boxes out of the way and still have the whole thing still running. It's very time consuming going out and getting these boxes. We end up with a lot of carrots off here, but just a huge amount of time it takes us to do it. And if I'm having to go back 4 times instead of 2, because these are very precariously on the front here, then it takes even more time. We need a storage facility for these carrots, and we need a grain store for our grain. I think that the horse yard is going to have to go, and I'm going to have to do a rebuild of everything around there. Yeah, look at this. We have way more carrots coming in now than we have space to store them. This is probably going to be the last 2 I can get in here. Because getting round that corner now, that is getting a lot harder with those in there. I think we've run out of storage space in the sheep barn, and I do not want to sell the sheep barn off yet, or sell the sheep yard off, because we want to have sheep. So I've started to do things slightly differently. We are now getting the larger part of the field done, and I've started dropping boxes in the middle of the field and leaving them to pick up later. The 2 thoughts behind this are, 1, we're not spending ages going around and getting the boxes put away in space that we actually at the moment don't have. We're looking at probably selling carrots fairly soon anyway, so we can probably sell them right off the field, which would be good. The second thing is we are running out of time. It is 12:30. Yes, we are running it 10 times, and that is simply to keep these videos nice and tight and give us a little bit of a clock that's always on our backs and always getting us to do things. However, with these carrots, it's proving to be quite a steep one. I'm very much thinking that this would have gone better with that smaller harvester. Certainly, we would have been able to have kept on going in the mud, because we wouldn't have been trying to pull this harvester with a whole load of carrots in a box behind us. We would have just been all with this tractor, which we would have done. We saw that uncoupled from this piece of kit, the tractor would have kept going. So yeah, we'd have probably been better off running with that instead of what we're actually running with here. And so I am now all about getting this done as quickly as possible and knocking the remaining rows out. We've got a small area on the other side to get done. So by the time we are fully done on this side, I'm hoping we can knock the other bit out, the small bit at the far side of the field, out fairly quickly. At least the weather stayed dry today, and we're looking at it getting even drier as we go into the latter part of the afternoon. It is 1:20 though, and as you can see, we've got 2 more sets of boxes. We've got 2 more boxes already full here, and there are so many carrots on this field for us to get. Oh man, I am missing lots now. If I'm honest, I'm rushing a little bit. We're not being overly clean about this. I am trying to get as much up as I can because I know that if we don't get these up today, then we are going to not be able to get them up at all. December is too late to get carrots, and this whole field will wither. You can see the bottom end of the field, though, is looking quite thin at this point. Top end here is a little bit wider because it widens out, and there's some stuff we're going to have to go around the other way to get with the headland because it gets too close into the trees there. So still plenty to get up off this field, and we've almost doubled the number of carrots that we've harvested so far with this field today. So that's good. I mean, we're going to get a good amount of carrots off here. It's just whether we can get them off here in time. I think I was being a little bit too hopeful getting all of these carrots up today and trying to get some grass cut as well. It does mean if we don't succeed in getting any grass cut today that we're going to have to wait till the spring. It would have been nice to have had a good cut of grass at this point and ended up going into the winter being able to sell some silage bales. We'd have been able to have bought some hay and got the cows and the sheep set up. Instead, what it means is we'll probably end up spending the winter trying to get our fields turned around as much as possible, getting all of our scanning done and all of that kind of thing, and ending up going for a very strong arable start to the year with the cows and the sheep probably starting off in the spring, so March, April time looking to do that. But it would have been nice to have funded the cows and the sheep's arrival with some silage bales. But at the moment, I just don't see how that's going to be possible. It is coming up to 3 o'clock, and we still have a section of the field to get harvested before we can get anywhere near getting a mower. Having said that, that may not be such a huge problem. We do have all these carrots, and we know that the sell time for all these carrots. Having said that, that may not be a problem. We know that we've got all these carrots that we've harvested. We know that they're worth a fair amount of money. I mean, we got a decent number of them, and even worth at about 250 pound 1,000 liters, they are still going to pay pretty well. And in fact, how much are our carrots worth? So price for the carrots, we got 62,000 liters at 196 pounds. They're worth 12,000 at the moment. However, they can be worth up to 19,000. So that's not bad. January is the best time to sell, so we'll be doing a big sell-off at that point. And that will work out fairly well for us. That should keep us going nowhere near as much as would have made for silage bales had we managed to cut some grass today. So if the sun stays up in the sky for a little bit longer, who knows, we might actually get some grass cut. So I'm on to the small patch at the bottom of the field now. We're going to treat this in the same way. Go down around the edge here and work our way in. And hopefully end up with a good collection of the carrots from here. And then, like we've got on the other side, oh, this won't turn in this space. Like we've got on the side over there, there's a big triangle of carrots that we are going to need to go and harvest up because of the way we originally harvested this part of the field. And wow, yeah, we're going to have the same at the top end here because we're having to make the turn earlier and cut in. So a lot of clean up to go. But at the moment, need to turn this off, lift this up, and drop the next set of boxes off. Well, there's not a huge amount left on this field. We are almost there. My biggest worry at the moment is Well, as always, time. We have been thrown out completely by the issue with the rain yesterday. And this field is... Well, this field is going to get completed. We are at least going to get all of our carrots in, but we are not going to be able to get anything or any grass cut, unfortunately, as much as I would like that to have happened. We are just nowhere near being able to do something like that today. And you can see the sun is setting and it's going to be dark by the time we finish this field. I think we'll probably go and pick up the bits from the shop next time. We are going to need to start turning these fields around. We're going to need to get these fields scanned as well, because there's that too that needs doing. And yeah, it's a decent amount off here. I think we need to find a way to really make these carrots pay, because at the moment I'm not sure carrots are the way to go on here. Let me know what you think in the comments though. Would you like to see me continue with the carrots on here, or should we try and stick to some other crops that we can all do with a combine harvester, for example? Or should we try and branch out a little bit? I kind of like the stuff from the premium expansion, but it is going to almost double our cost to get everything set up, I think. And yeah, look at that, straight down that road there. I think there might be another couple of boxes worth of carrots left on this field, you know. I think that is just about everything. There's a few little patches dotted around the field, but pretty much I think we're going to get as much as we can without actually just running around everywhere. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've got a few patches and spots and bits, but nothing major there. So let's just bring this up. I will unload this. That's about 4.5 boxes, or 4.5 loads off of here of these, so we can deal with those later. That didn't unload quite as neatly as I'd liked, but it has worked. I am going to immediately return this. I think if we continue with carrots, we are not going to continue with this harvester, so let's return that, seeing as we got fairly expensive setup. And we don't want the daily cost of that anymore. So that has been returned. And yeah, it's dark. We've got a lot of carrots on here. How many carrots do we have? So our final total of carrots is just under 70,000. And we're looking at about 21,000 selling those in January. So yeah, that's going to be fairly good. We've not got many eggs at the moment, and so it's not making they're not making too much. So yeah, it's night time. We've got our our tractor and our telehandler here. So I think we're going to start off with the baling, getting it done in a very simple way. We've got the baler. We can keep the price down by also just getting a front mower and baling and mowing at the same time. We already have a wrapper that is sitting down at the shop ready for us, and we'll come down here and grab that with the Merlot later on. But initially, I think we're going to have to borrow a bit of money again. We're up to 11,903 in the red, so we need to clear that. Plus whatever we're going to need in order to get a mower. So we'll pop into the shop here. And I think the mower to go for is probably the Kuhn GMD 3123F. Does this... No, the crosscut, which I know, the crossflow, which is what I'd eventually like to get, has that on the front. It's not it's about £4,000 difference. How much difference is that one at least? Well, we can't tell that at the moment, But if we just clear ourselves with £15,000, we should be all right, I think, to go with the Potinger. So we'll borrow another 15,000. That's going to take us to 250,000, but gets us nicely back into the black. And that means I can go for this mower here on a lease. 688. So actually, I'm quite happy with that on a lease for now. So let's grab that. And that should now be available for us outside here. Yep. So we've got our Potinger mower here. We've got the Alpego. I'm not sure quite how you pronounce that. But that's the Rodent Arm Max 300 that we bought secondhand last time. And this is going to be our bale wrapper as well that we bought secondhand last time. Let's see if we can squeeze the tractor through here and pick these up. It's a pity they come so close to the entrance here, because it makes it quite difficult to squeeze through and grab them. Although I've got that. Oh, we could have hooked up actually that cultivator first and moved that out of the way and not had to squeeze through there. Didn't think about that. Probably should have. Let's hook this up. So that on the front there, we'll get our cultivator on the back. We're going to need this later because we've still got to turn our fields around. Now, I didn't talk about this much last time, but I'm not sure that doing the ploughing after our carrots is going to be necessary. Yes, our field's plough state gets messed up, but I think we actually end up making more money than we lose in yield from the actual bonus we get from the environmental score. So I'm not planning to plow on here, even though we are doing a root crop, which is going to be very interesting to see exactly how much that affects things. I think the plowing, having to do that on fields every year, would possibly cause a problem. I don't know if we can get around that issue actually by cultivating after plowing, or whether plowing just causes that problem. So that's going to be an interesting way to go, but we're not going to be able to do that until the new year anyway. So let's get this back into the yard. We want to drop off this cultivator. We should have space here in the shed to do it, and it's only a 3-meter cultivator as well. So that should slot into this spot quite nicely. Yeah, just like that. 3-meter equipment on here works absolutely fine. So attach the PTO. Yeah, and drop that off. We got the mower on the front. We're going to put the baler on the back and just go round and do this all in one fell swoop. Should hopefully speed things up. Although, to be honest, having the crosscut would also speed things up. Yes, we'd have to drive over everything twice, but we wouldn't have any issues with actually getting things rode up. And now's where our very tight yard begins to come into full effect, because I need to reverse the baler out of here in order to actually keep myself going around. Now, we've got both the sheep field and our full grass field here that we can get done today. Plus, I think we could probably sell off the horse paddock buildings and do that field as well. That I think would work very well for us. So let's get started on the sheep field here and start getting some bales made, the mowing done. And I'm slightly surprised that our grass is still tall enough to get cut. I really thought winter was going to hit and this was going to be too short. It's not great, but it is not bad. It should be good enough for what we need anyway. So let's get this through here, get ourselves into position, unfold that, turn it on, drop it down. Oh no, turn on the mower, drop it down. We've got our baler turned on as well. So we'll switch over to that, drop that down. And round the field we go, making some bales. And yeah, first one that's going to come out of here is going to be instant grass bale. That is hilarious. And wow, that really didn't need much at all. Let's put that here. I have no choice. That has got to go here so that we're able to keep going around the field. We might have to go and get that wrapper sooner rather than later. The biggest downside to doing it this way is that you do need to do some cleanup in the corners. You end up with quite a bit of grass left in the corner because you can't actually get at it with the baler very easily. But we have gone round and we've cleaned it up a little bit. We're going to start going up and down the fields in a minute. I'd quite like, I think, to get one more headland done. So yeah, nicely cleaned up there. So we'll go clean up this top corner here, and then I think we might start going up and down the field a little bit, just trying to get everything collected in. It's going fairly well doing the sheep field here. The sheep pasture seems to be cutting really well with a good number of bales. It is just getting into these corners and getting this got out of here. And part of this is because with this baler, with this mower on the front, it gets very difficult to get right in the corner. But we've got that. Yeah, I'm happy with this. This is working well. And I think we'll be able to get through these fields fairly quickly once we've gone around the headland a few times. And yeah, 4 headlands seems to be about enough to get enough turning circle. So we'll get one more headland cut from around the field, and then we'll start getting in. And in fact, we're quite good at the moment because we have no bales along this end of the field here. So that is going to make things a lot easier for us. But that is the last of the headlands done. Nice straight setup. We are at pretty much 90 degrees as well. So let's cut into the middle of here. We want to go to 270 degrees. So about there-ish. And we're halfway across the field before we got that fully sorted. But that should give us a nice turning setup now. So we can go up and down the field without too much hassle. And so bring it around. In. And actually, that's not bad at all. Just need to make sure that when we hit 100%, we stop and unload the bale. 98, 99. There we go. Unload the bale. And see how many we get off here. And just keep going around the field like this. Based on how this field's going, I think we probably want to have a 5th headland when we come to do the next one. You can see we're leaving a little bit as we turn in on each one. And as a result, we could really do with that extra little bit of space. We got the same when we're coming out the other side as well. I'm wondering if I can put this on course play on the next field. There is a bit of a history of putting stuff on course play like that and ending up with them hitting bales and things, but we should be able to monitor it, I think, from this field while we do the while we're doing the wrapping and setting up. But it's already 11:30, and we know in December that we have a limited sunshine. So let's see if we can't do that. I am spinning all the way around the top there because I know I had that little bit to come in and collect. All in all, though, this has gone pretty well. We've not got a massive number of bales. I'm wondering if my bale count is showing 27. We do not have 27 bales off here, so I haven't reset that before today. Will we get to the end here? and get a bale out. Nope, not quite. So it's round to the next one and round to here. But yeah, 27 bales includes all the ones that we did when we got our straw bales. And these grass bales, another one out. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 behind. I think there's another one over there. Let's do this from out here. 2 in the top corner. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bales off here so far. That's really good, actually. More than I'd expected. And that means we should get probably at least a dozen bales off this field. Last little bit. Just need to come in here and cut it, and then yeah, trying to maneuver around and get the last bit of this is difficult because the whole thing is quite long, but we have managed to get most of this done now. We've got a considerable amount of grass off here, and there's only little patches that we've missed. The biggest bit is this this row here, and if we skimp around the side like that, we should be good. Right, let's turn all of that off, lift it all up. Okay, like so. And then I think we're going to have to fold the front up to get through this gateway. This gateway here is quite slim, but should be doable. Yep, there we go. And opens into this field here. So that's quite useful to us. Right, and I'm going to bring this into here. Take us along the side here a bit, and we will bring course play up. So we want to generate a course play course. We've got a single tool. I think we want 5 headlands. I think 5 headlands is a good way to go. Smooth around the corners, clockwise, field center. I think let's do a racetrack and see what that looks like. Generate me a fieldwork course, and that actually looks pretty good. If we close the course generator, yeah, to me that's looking like a pretty solid course. So let's head out of here to there. Start is there, stop is there, and we will start at first waypoint, and away it goes. And oh yeah, that maintained the vehicle. What I need to do is turn off automatically repair. Yeah, don't repair. Fuel threshold 5. Yeah, there we go. So so that will work nicely for us. So our baler and mower combination is working quite nicely over there. Yeah, that is continuing to go around the field. We're heading down to the shop in the Merlot. I've had to borrow another £5,000, and that is purely to keep the hired worker going. It's that cost of repairing everything has hit us hard. And the thing is, of course, with what we're using on here, that being the advanced damages setup, that of course doesn't do anything for our tractor. That just cost us money. So I'm a little annoyed by that. I wish I'd turned that off earlier. So I don't think courseplay has fixed all the issues. We will check that. Right, let's connect that up. We need to connect the actual hydraulics as well. Right, and we'll head up to the field, and we can start wrapping. So the beauty of this is we can wrap and stack with this piece of kit. So that is gonna speed things up a little bit on this field. And I'm actually gonna start with the field that the tractor is on at the moment, because I would like to get the headland bales off that as quick as possible to stop the tractor running into them later on. So up to this corner here, we'll open this, and yeah, here is the exact problem. The tractor is stuck in front of a bale. We need to unfold them, put that in, back off. Wow, that is very, very cool. Now, will they stay on here until I unload them? And the answer to that is yes. Yes, they will. Absolutely. Fantastic. So, yeah, we'll just go and start stacking these up in the next field over, nicely out of the way. And in fact, yeah, I think over here by the back of this will be perfect. So we'll put them next to the tires over here, and that'll be a really good place. So unload that, back us off. Oh, this might work really, really well or go really, really badly. I really love this wrapper. This wrapper is great. It's not that easy to stack stuff with it, but I can absolutely take all of my bales, all of my wrap bales, and put them exactly where I want to, which is great. And it frees me up away from the mower, which is just doing a fantastic job of getting this field cut in the meantime. It is a very, very efficient way of doing this. And yeah, it's absolutely perfect for what I want. It's awesome. This is fantastic. I am swiftly coming to the conclusion that I have not used the GoWheel DLC enough in the game. This is absolutely fantastic, this wrapper. I'm really, really pleased with how well it's working. I think I'm repeating myself at this point, but it is just utterly brilliant. I've cleared all the bales off the other field. I am currently wrapping everything on this field. It allows me to collect up all the bales into one area and get them all so that they are in one place and easy to sort later. And yeah, it's just a fantastic DLC and with some really useful stuff in it. Previously, I've kind of gone, oh, you know, the stuff that's great are the ones where the wrappers where you can tip stuff into it and get it to do that way. But actually, no. It's bits like this. The baler that we've got is actually nice and useful. It's all just brilliant. This is a really good collection of bales I'm getting here, but I need to be careful because I'm getting a bit close to blocking the gateway. So we need to make sure that we put ones on the other end. The tractor is getting stuck a lot. Oh no, it's made it round this time. That's quite good. It has been getting stuck and I'm having to babysit Courseplay a little bit. I think we could have done with a sixth headland going around that field there. Courseplay always needs more space than you think it does. And I can see at the moment it's busy getting lost up the top end of the field there. Yeah, that is definitely a long way from the right place. So let's stop that there. We will just back this up. Try and swing this round the other way. Yeah, it should just be going round and you know, doing a racetrack setup, but it doesn't seem to be happy doing that. Forwards and in, and then nearest waypoint. Yeah, away it goes again. The bale that dropped at the start of that last row is now completely in the way, so we'll get that removed. I think we have pretty much wrapped everything from the other field though. We've got a fair amount of grass still hanging around in the corners, but all in all, I am pleased with how today has gone and how many silage bales we've got off here. Each of these is about 3,000 liters, I think. What are we? 3,500 liters of silage. That is fantastic. Now we just got to get a trailer in which we can stack all of these on and see how we do. All in all, though, that has been a productive day with these. And look, there's a couple of bales on this field raring to go and get wrapped up. Yeah, one here, one over there. I don't know if another bale will come off this field though. I think this is possibly our last bale from the field tonight. It is 10 to 6. It is getting really dark. And look at that collection of silage bales. I could be happier about that. We are going to be doing then some selling at some point of these. Silage price is going up. Best month for it, December, January. If it holds to February, that would be fantastic. At the moment, grass is worth 7,000, but we have 80,000 liters of grass, which will turn to silage, and the silage price, as we said, 340. So yeah, about a third of that. So nearly 30,000 for that would be really, really helpful right now and get everything back down. But our baler has finished. I think we've wrapped up every bale we can as well. So the work really for the day is done. There is a little bit of grass hanging around on these fields, but I've made so many silage bales. I'm actually quite happy about where we are. I had a recommendation on a recent video that I should get the animal feeding mod, or the animal feeding calculator mod, and it's been an absolutely brilliant addition to the farm. If we have a look in here, we can see that the daily food on our chickens is 455, and our entire annual food for our chickens is 5,460. So we have more than enough in here to actually do the chickens and to keep them fed. So this is why we can sell all the wheat off today. Should also note, we've got more chicks. So we've already had one set of chicks 2 months ago. We have a second set of chicks already. So our chicken area is filling up really, really quickly with chickens at the moment. That is fantastic. For that really small investment early on, we're going to get a lot of chickens out, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, our tractor here, we want to get this out. We're going to be using the Red Rock trailer initially, and part of the reason why I am doing the wheat first is because we need to get the wheat sold in order to minimize the amount of money we're going to have to spend on getting the actual... Oh, hang on. Have I connected up the... No, I've not connected up the hydraulics. Minimize the amount of money we're going to have to spend getting the trailer, the flatbed trailer, to sell the carrots. I think I worked it out that we had... did we have one full trailer or 2 full trailers off here? We have plenty of wheat kicking around here anyway. So we should be able to sell this and get a decent amount. But obviously, we wanted a lot to go to the chickens initially. We need to plant wheat or something like that this year in order to maximize our chickens and get that done. And I think I've finally got a plan for the farm that we're going to start implementing in the new year. We do need a new yard. This yard is lovely, but it's way too cramped for the size of equipment we've got on here. I mean, the header trailer alone is just massively sticking out into the yard, and it's a real pain to get parked where we've parked it. So I think the field that we've had as our carrot field would actually make a fantastic yard for the farm. The gateway isn't massive, and I would need to check I can fit the combine through it, but it has access to field 8 next door to it through a gateway, so we can go straight out of any potential yard. Oh Lord. Any potential yard into that field. The horse paddock, we would remove all of the railings from the whole way along it. So I don't think I got any of this in that trailer. So that we would have full access to that field. That also then doesn't surround the farmhouse with farm buildings. It just gives us farm buildings in the behind where we are actually based in our house. There we are. And should be I think will be a really good place to build a farm. It's a massively irregular field as well. I mean, if we look at field 9 in comparison to the horse paddock, it's slightly bigger than the horse paddock, but it is this massive wedge shape. So the horse paddock itself will probably be an easier field to farm. And we might even be able to get rid of the fence between the horse paddock and the field next to it, grass field next to it, maybe. But I need to be careful exactly where I'm pushing stuff, because I don't want to end up with no grass fields to work. And of course, one of the grass fields we cut is the sheep pen. So that is one that we won't be able to work forever once we get sheep on the farm. Right up to the edge. Last little bits to clear up in the corner. I've cleared up the bit that I dropped, or the remaining bit that I dropped on the ground. I'm trying to get right into this corner though to get this, because I won't be able to get it from the other side. Have we got it all? I think we got it all. Advantage of this, of course, now means I've got some more storage space in this shed. Not that we really have anything to put in there at the moment, but when it eventually comes to it, I think that will be a good place to store our bales. So store the hay bales that we will look to have around here. So we'll put them into there. For now, let's turn this off, and we need to go and find the best place for us to sell this wheat. So let's head off. Best place for wheat at the moment is Northern Grain Services. So I'm going to tag that and we'll see where we end up. One comment I've had about this map from a lot of people, especially in my live streams, have been the speed of the vehicles on the road. And they really do fly by. I mean, it's so fast. And if you get it slightly wrong on here, if you're slightly over the other side of the road, you definitely go flying. The cars are running at quite a speed around here. No thought for speed limits or anything like that at all. They just fly along these roads. So I'm being a little bit cautious as I'm driving around the corners in places. So Northern Grain Services should be just up here on the left. Let's pull in and take the right hand side here. And can I, oh, wow. Yeah, there's an interesting amount of space to turn around in here. And there's 2 different tip points. So I want to make sure, I think it's the front one. I don't know if there are different things taken in different ones. Will the back one take it as well? No, the back one does not take it. Okay. So we want the front one. Hit this here and make some money. I don't know how much we're going to make from 14,900. I'm guessing not enough for us to get the trailer, but it should be enough at least to lease the trailer, which will get us started, and then I can buy it after that. Carefully out of here, and hopefully with no traffic mishaps we can make it back to the farm without a problem. I'll drop the trailer off at the farm, and we've headed down to the shop. We need to go and pick up a flatbed trailer, so let's pop in here. And I want to do this without actually borrowing any money. And the trailer I want to get, I think, is probably this one here, this Roland LSP 9004. It's not a dolly trailer, so it's not going to move around too much. It's 16,650, so it's not as expensive as the bigger one. In fact, I think it's one of the least expensive trailers here. In fact, it is. So it's the least expensive bale trailer I've got, which makes it even better for us. I want to put the BKT tires on it. And I want to go with that setup there because that will serve our round bales nicely. And then I just need to do the number plate, which is FI54ERJ to match the tractor. There we go. And okay that. And then we're going to lease this. It will only cost me 889 to lease. So that's good. And once we get some extra money in, maybe even sell the carrots, we can get this trailer actually bought. Just want to have a quick look at everything that we have leased at the moment. We have quite a lot of equipment leased at the moment, and we've got a big layout every day going for this. So, yeah, we need to be a little bit careful on how much we're leasing. Otherwise, we're going to be emptying our bank account a lot every day. In fact, we already are emptying our bank account a lot every day. Right, I'm going to go have a word with the shop because this trailer needs to be moved. There's no way I can hitch up to that. Okay, they've put it in a better place, so we'll be able to hitch up to that now. Let's get the tractor turned around and back it up to our trailer. This is also, is that angled into the middle? That might be. That's going to be a little bit interesting to get the other stuff up. Oh, I meant to get this in black, but that's okay. We can get it repainted when we eventually buy it. Although, do you know what? The blue isn't bad either. And this is quite a long trailer for the amount of money that we paid for, or that we are going to have to pay for this. That's a lot of trailer. I'm quite pleased with this. This should work fairly well so long as we can get it around those tight corners that we've got in our yard. I think the best way for me to load these up at the moment is going to be just to put them across the roadway like this. That will give us a nice flat area to load up on for the most part. And then we can just pull the trailer forward as we want to move along it. Got the forks on the front of the Merlot, and we should be able to start picking up boxes now. If I can get two at a time nice and straight, that would be great. That would make a big difference to us here. And ease those in. That got both of them. Yes, that has. Are they fairly even? Yes, they are. Have I clipped my doorway? Yes, I have. Let's see if we can get this out of here without too much hassle. Yep. And we got a decent amount of carrots here. I'm pleased with the carrot harvest this year. We'll put both boxes down. Is that good? That's not quite where I want it. Forwards. There should do the trick. Back them out and lock them down. Perfect. So let's pull this forwards. Ready for the next pair of boxes. That should be about there-ish. And we'll go and grab those. I would truly have made my life so much easier if I'd just left all the boxes on the field like I left the last set. They were, I could have just picked everything up from there and it would have worked absolutely fine. I wanted to try and get another 2 sets of boxes on here, but there is not enough space for that, unfortunately. So what we're going to have to do is get these onto the trailer and then start stacking everything too high. Oh yeah, we'll put the next set on there as well. We want to put this more to the back than the front because that's where we have space, and it will nicely clamp on at the back as well. So like that and on. Yeah, get that clamped down quickly. And we have we're gonna have a good trailer full of carrots here. How much they're worth? I think all these carrots are actually only worth about £20,000. This is the last set of boxes from in the sheep shed. So get these onto here, and that will be complete. And I think we can only really fit one harvester's worth of boxes on here. This is getting rather full at the moment. So if yeah, if we can only really fit one more harvester's worth of boxes on here, I think then we are looking at having to do 2 trips today. Let's make sure I can get out, get those strapped down, and let's go and get this into the field. This was what I was talking about earlier, about there being an entrance into this field from the other field. Wow, that just sheer, yeah, that's sheer weight that's making this go slower. That's quite something. Not the most stable trailer. And we still have 4, 8, 12, 16 here of these, and we're fitting 5, 10, we're fitting 20. So yeah, we'll be able to fit the remainder of these on the trailer coming back. We won't be able to fit them all on now. We've got 4,000 liters here, and we want to get these as straight as possible. There we are. Straighten it up, pick it up, and then grab them onto the trailer. Yeah, 40,000 liters we're putting on here now. So this should keep the farm running for a couple of days, certainly long enough for us to get the animals set up, I think, with once we sell a good chunk of the silage bales. We're not going to sell all the silage bales because we want to use some of them to feed the cows, but a good chunk of them we will. Oh, and that one, look at that. That is an impressive trailer full of carrots. Should make us a decent amount of cash, that. So best place for us to sell carrots right now is the Northern Dairy. Let's tag that and head down there. Considering this tractor has 350 horsepower, I am amazed at the struggle it's having pulling this this trailer. That is slightly crazy. I was expecting it to work far better than that. Just trying to make sure that we've not got stuff slipping off. No, but it's going to take us a while to get down there, as we're only going 5 miles an hour. And yeah, I can't see any issues that would stop us from moving like this. It's just very slowly speeding up, which is going to be hell with the traffic. I'm trying to tell if it's a weight issue with the front tires not getting enough grip, because they are definitely going at a faster speed than the rear ones. And if that's the case, it may be that we need to put the front weight back on this tractor for carting with the next one. So I'm going to give that a try when we get back and see if that improves this. But this is just moving so slowly. I did just pop back to the farm quickly, got the front weight to see if we could improve things, and no, we're still moving at 5 miles an hour and the front wheels are still turning a lot faster than the rear ones. I don't think this is a weight issue. Well, we've finally made it down to the sell point. It has been some really slow going here. And yeah, going our maximum 4-5 miles an hour trying to get in here. And we've got to back this really long trailer now into that sell point over there. I'm hoping the whole thing's actually going to make it in, because at the moment, this trailer might be longer than the sell point, which is not great. That would put a big crimp on things. Can I get this round? Nope. Bring it forward again. Straighten things out. And we'll try and get it round again. But it's, yeah, I'm surprised by this. I don't know whether this is just pure weight of the carrots that we have on here, or whether it's a problem with this Roland trailer. But, yeah, this is surprised me greatly. 350 horsepower tractor seems completely incapable of carrying 40,000 liters of carrots, which that is ridiculous. We could easily get a 40,000 liter trailer, put it on the back of this tractor, and this tractor have no issue with it whatsoever. So I do not know what's happening there. And oh, it has all fit on there, and it is all selling. So we'll see how much we end up with in total. Little bit more. Through it goes. There we go. We're up to 17,303. So 15,000 that all sold for. And now the trailer is empty. It's just behaving itself completely. We have no issues pulling this trailer at all. I really don't know what the problem there is, other than we put a lot of boxes on here. And maybe this rolling trailer just can't take it. Certainly this tractor should be able to take that. I'm a bit miffed if it doesn't. So I'm going to put just a row of boxes on here and see where that gets us. And we may have to go and just do it with a single level of boxes and do 2 more trips. If the tractor goes at full speed, that is definitely going to be the faster way to do it. So this is another 10 boxes loaded up. We have very few boxes left over on this field, but just want to see what happens with this. Now, if I drive this forwards, so that is fine. 20,000 liters, absolutely fine. I think that we start having an issue when we go another set of boxes high. Anything approaching 30,000 liters. How many do we have? We do not have that many boxes. I think we want to get these mounted in the middle. We've got 1 empty box here that we won't take. The rest, though, I'm going to just... Yeah, we got 5 boxes. Let's mount them in the middle of this and see if that slows everything down. I think 20,000 liters of carrots this trailer has no problem with. I think any more and we might start having issues. So let's get that all strapped down, and then we can just get these last 3 on and loaded up and see if it will actually take these. Now, which is my empty box? Okay, my empty box is the front one behind this one. So we don't want to take that one. Just load the rest of these up. Last 2 boxes, and together they go on like that. Yep. Burst out. That's all good. I'll come put that away later. Let's turn this off and go and see if we can get these delivered at a reasonable speed. 29,000, so just under 30,000 liters. And yeah, we're still doing pretty well speed-wise. We're down to 8-9 miles an hour, but that's on the field. Actually on the road, yeah, we're still limited to sort of 8 miles an hour. So I think that the best way for us to cart with this trailer is to not go higher than a single stack. Or a single layer. Otherwise, it really does start to slow this down. And I think this is the trailer, not the tractor. This tractor should have no problem pulling 40,000 liters. I'm thinking back to my live stream last night and the TW25 pulling 2 trailers, which must have amounted to at least 30,000 liters, if not 40,000 liters. That tractor has half the actual horsepower of this. No, less than half of the horsepower of this. I think that's like 125 to 140, and that was pulling that with no problem. This is a 350 horsepower tractor. Cannot pull a trailer that has less than 30,000 liters on it without struggling a bit. There's something really wrong. I don't know if it's got to be these Roland trailers, because that's a little bit disappointing, to be honest. Back it up. We'll get these sold. We do need to do something about our environmental score. We are currently losing money with every sale. 27,851 in total. So not bad. I'm quite happy with the sale of our stuff today, even if it has been a bit of a chore getting it all up here, and we got to work out what the problem is with this trailer. So we have two things really that we absolutely need to get done today, and that is to get the field scanned. Our environmental score is harming our sales so much. We lost a whole load of money to that when we sold our carrots and our wheat. That really harmed us. And the other thing is trying to get the silage bales sold. Now, I don't want to sell all of my silage bales. I think we can, we want to hold some of those back to feed the cows. So the first thing I want to pick up today is going to be this Isaria Scout. It's 17,000, but we're going to lease it because that's a lot cheaper. And hopefully we'll then be able to just whip around the farm, get everything scanned with our Massey here, and be in a good position for that. The Scout actually is, it's one of those things where you can get the farm scanned, get someone in to come and do it. But I've found unless you're doing a lot of areas, it's actually cheaper to lease the Scout and get it done. It just makes much more sense cost-wise. And we can run it on the back of this tractor, even though this tractor is a little bit of overkill for this piece of kit. It will run on here quite nicely. We will carefully pull out onto this road because, as we discussed last time, the traffic can be really harsh. And we're going to start off with field 5. So we'll come in at the corner of field 5 and try and get in that way and scan across the farm like that. I think this is also going to end up being the entrance we have to come in to do the trailer with. And I might have to drive all the way out to do that. So let's bring this in here. Let's get this unfolded. And then we can see our circle. And I want to go around fairly quickly, get this job done. We want to get as much of our own land without getting any of the neighbors as possible. We are not wanting to spend too much money on this, so that should do it. We're going to catch a couple of the fields adjacent, but I think we're going to be all right otherwise. Now we're going to have to do this again at some point because, of course, I want to sort the horse paddock out and get the horse paddock to be an area where we're doing a load of work. I don't know if it'll happen as soon as we cut the grass on it, or well, actually we're looking to plow it under and make a field out of it based on what I was saying last time. So when we do that, we are going to have to go and scan that area again, or our overall environmental score will drop. Bring this round. Yep, that is a good sized area to get there. And so yeah, I'm just going to go around, scan everything, and we will get, well, we'll see how much it costs us, but we seem to have got this field done in just 4 scans. 2 scans or 2 samples into field 6, and we've got a rogue bale here that hasn't been done for silage. So that's a little bit annoying. We have an entire additional silage bale that I missed. It was getting quite dark when I was doing those bales. So yeah, I can understand how I've missed one. This last scan here could end up with an absolutely tiny little area left out. So I want to try and make sure we can find a point where all of the rest of this field gets done. And I'm hoping it's not going to be in the feeding trough. Nope, there we go. So scan that. And yeah, again, we've got this field done in 4 scans as well. Now, I can go, actually, and get that bale wrapped up. If we wrap that and just put it to one side, we'll be good. So let's bring this round here. Get this here. Yeah, we've not got any actual sheep in here yet, so we don't need to worry about the gates. There's no way I'm getting that bale trailer in here. It's just not going to happen, that. Right, this field here is going to probably be our biggest set of samples that we've got to do for this. It is by far the biggest field we have on the farm at the moment. And of course, next year, if I go with the rotation that I currently have, we are looking at having carrots in this field next year. I don't know if they pay well enough for us to do them. I am still definitely interested in people's thoughts. I also have an idea for what seeder we're going to be using on here and how we're going to get around the problem of having to plow, causing us such an issue with our environmental score going forwards. I think as was suggested by Thefisherj in the comments, we should be able to direct seed. So I've got some direct seeders, and we're going to look at that. And in fact, the power harrow we have now, we can use that along with our seeder for a direct seeder, or with a seeder for direct seeding. So I think I might try and get that and get the other half. We'll have to move things about a little bit and get some money back, but I think we can make some good money and offset the cost of that quite nicely. Heading into the last field, and I think we only took about 6 samples to get that whole field covered, so that's really good news. I think if we try and do the bottom end of this field first, we'll end up with a good idea of how it's going to go. Yeah, we need to look at getting this field planted next month. We're going into March. I think we've got a British crop calendar on here. We'll have a look at that as soon as we've finished scanning these. But if we do, that might mean we can actually get wheat in here this year, which would be good. First up, make sure we get everything, and then I'm hoping all of the rest of this field gonna get done in one item. It might actually do as well. Look at that. That is a big area. If we position this just right, might be able to get it all in. That top little corner bit. Oh, look at that. There isn't quite enough width on this circle, I think, to get all of it. So we're going to have to position ourselves down the side here, get as much of this in as we can, and just get in one more scan. Right. Down there. That should do it. And yeah, we've got this tiny little section. Now, it might not matter so much because, as I was saying, field 9 is probably the field we're going to be looking to build the farmyard in eventually. However, I'm not sure that's going to happen this year. We definitely don't have the money for it. And to be honest, we can get the combine in here, get this field harvested, and it'll all be good. So, yeah, maybe for now we should leave that. Let's get this, though. Soil samples back. So, send the soil samples away. Yes, and we'll soon find out how that's done. In the meantime, let's fold this up, and I think we can get it returned. £2,220 for the soil analysis. Let's have a look at our fields. So we've got 2 big strips of silty clay going through field 8 and 9. We've got a lot of sandy loam going through 5 and 6. So, yeah, not as much loam as I thought we were going to have on here. We are already back up to 48%. Our biggest issue right now is nitrogen. We need to get a good lot of nitrogen on here. We actually also need to get some pH. Our pH level is low as well. You can see it's just off the top. Weed control and tillage are also issues, and the tillage we are probably gonna hit hard. So let's return the Isaria. So we'll return that, yes, because we don't have anywhere else to do that with. And now I need to hook up this trailer, and we need to find a way to get this into the field and start looking at loading up some silage bales. They are about 80-90% there. So by the end of today, by the time we've loaded them up, they'll be ready to go. And in fact, I think we can start getting rid of this. So can I get onto here? Let's bring this up. Yeah, hide. There we go. Yes. And we can start getting this fence taken out, ready to open this field up. Maybe when we get the plow, actually, we can get this to be an actual usable field. So away this goes. I'm going to get all of this fence out, and we can go from there. So I've got 2 of these fences that I can't hide for some reason. So we're just going to leave them there for now. We will clean them up a bit. The fact that I can walk through them, I think, is the reason for it. There seems to be a lack of collisions on them. So, yeah, there's a lack of collisions on them. So those might either need clearing up in Giants Editor, or I might have to just leave them there, possibly. Now, do we have a gateway at the bottom corner of the field to make this easier? Nope. We are actually going to have to drive down the road. And given that we can't turn this round, I think the most likely thing I'm going to have to do is reverse into the field. So let's give this a go. Yeah, easiest thing to do. We'll reverse in. So drive past, go into reverse, and into the field like so. Oh, like threading a needle. Perfect. And then we can go round and just head over to get these loaded up. Perfect. Oh, that was actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Now, how many bales do we have here? So we've got 3, 6, 9 on top, and 4, 8, 12 on the bottom. So that is 21, 22, 23, 24, including the one we need to wrap. So if we put 12 bales onto the trailer, that's selling half of our silage bales. And so the idea behind this is that selling one silage bale results in the purchase of 1 hay bale and 1 sheep or cow. So that should mean we end up with 6 sheep, 6 cows, 12 hay bales. And if we can do that, that will make me very happy. Now, these bales should continue to ferment as they sit on the trailer. So by the time we take them to sell, they're actually ready. How many do we get in a row? So 2, 4, 7 in a row. And we started with 2. So that's 9. We're going to have to add another 3 once we finish this row. So that should be fine. Oh, just catching that ever so slightly as we try and drop it off. So lower and back off. There we go. So yeah, if we grab this one here, off here, like so. And then we can grab one off the row behind on the far end. This will take us up to 8. and then we just need 4 more, which is the 2 on the bottom, followed by the 2 on the back. And in. Yeah, fantastic. That will work very nicely. Last 2 bales off the top here. And that then leaves us with 4, 8, 11 there, plus the one that we need to wrap. We'll get that wrapped before the end of today as well. But this is not the easiest way, actually, to do this. Doing it from the back to the front would have worked better. In and out. There we are. That straps down. Well, that strap is not great, but does seem to be holding everything together. So let's just back this off. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll just go and get rid of this, and we'll go and wrap that bale and bring it back to our pile. I honestly don't know how I ever missed this bale. Let's attach up the hoses, unfold this. This is just such a fantastic piece of kit, this. Absolutely love this as a bale wrapper. The amount of difference this makes to being able to bring stuff across the field and get it in the right place is fantastic. Really, really cool. And we should be able to put this on top of the pile, I think. Yeah, it is fairly close to the front. And if we're careful, so about there, unload, back it off, fold it up. Oh, look at that. Absolutely perfect on there. And nice, clean and done. Brilliant. So these are 96. Yeah, 96% done. So they're the same on here. There's an 85 in there. So a couple of hours, this will be ready to go. In the meantime, I think we'll go and have a look at the horse paddock and see what our plans really are for the future of this area of the farm. Now that I've got this fence mostly out, we've got a field here that's really quite nice. I think we want to sell off the horse barn at 2,448. So, oh, why can I not? Demolish. There we go. Yes, I want to sell it. Good. That's gone. And then we want to do the same with the horse bits. Now, those are going to cost us to get rid of. But yeah, we want to do that. And that means we now have a clear field around here that is of a decent size. I mean, that is a decent sized grass field compared to that one and to that one as well. And I'm just kind of looking at it and going, do I want to make this grass, or do we want this to be farmyard? Or yeah, I think farmyard would also work down the back here, although that is a very narrow entrance there. Yeah, we could get a farmyard here. Alternatively, I could remove this hedge here and we could put a farmyard in part of the field and increase the size of this field, and then maybe make this a grass field, possibly. So there are some options there. At the moment, though, we now have a nice big new area to have a play around with. There's sort of this dead space a little bit down the side here, but we could increase. We could send this hedge or this bit here a bit and just increase that, and maybe increase the size of this. Yeah, there are options here. But let us know in the comments what you think we should do. I think that will that would be quite an interesting area and space for us to use here, and whether sticking the farmyard down the side here through this gate here would actually work. Test how viable it is to build the new farmyard down this area here. I'm actually going to bring my biggest piece of equipment. This, of course, is the combine harvester, and I just want to see It must fit through this gateway in order for us to harvest, and it does just. So we could very easily build our farmyard in where our carrot field is now. I'm quite pleased with that. That works far better than I originally envisioned. We can also, because this is our house here, we could always demolish the garage here and widen that entrance and give ourselves a better entry, maybe with a double gate. So there are options here, I think. Plenty of options for us to move forward with. Taken most of the rest of the day, but I think our bales, majority of our bales at this point seem to have fermented. Yeah, we've got a couple that are at 99%. So those I think will make it by the time we get down to the sell points. Yeah, those are all good. So where is the best place to sell silage at the moment? Northern Grain Bale Sell Point. Let's tag that and head down there. As I suspected, by the time we've got down here, we now have a trailer full of silage. And the sell point this time is on the left-hand side around by the BGA, but is a separate sale point from the BGA. So if you want to sell silage bales on here, there are two separate places. And we'll bring this round. Yeah, keep well away from the actual BGA itself because we don't want to put them into there. And instead, just back this up into here, and hopefully we should be able to sell without too much hassle. Jump out, just clear that. Right, let's get all the lights on so you guys can see everything, and let's sell it. Oh, the back ones aren't quite in there. There we go. And there we go, 11, 13, 14,000 there we made from those bales, which is fantastic. And that means that we should be able to buy a decent number of bits. What I want to get with that, as I said, is we want to get 12 round hay bales, I think. But that's going to be almost all the money we made from the silage bales. Those are actually pretty expensive for what we can sell versus what we can buy. So, yeah, I think actually our best bet is going to be spending that money on getting a tedder and making our own hay bales. It costs almost as much for us to buy a hay bale as we make from selling a silage bale. And that is not worth it. Not as much as I thought it was going to be. Instead, I think we'll be looking to buy some cows and some sheep. So I've made a couple of changes since the last episode. We've taken out the fence that used to run the whole way between this grass field here and what was the former horse paddock. I've added a fence back in along here, and if we can just go through the gate here, in fact, yeah, and with the fence out here, this extends the sheep paddock up here a little bit. And I'm very much considering putting some sort of bale storage or something along the back here, seeing as we have that space now. But it opens up everything here very nicely, and in fact gives us a field that's sizable enough for a second arable field. And you can see that here on the map. So field 5, we're going to extend all the way up, probably to about here-ish. We've got a tree about there that I don't want to remove. So we're going to leave a gap along the edge here. Might even put some hedge in that meets up with that tree. And then bring it round, snake it round there. And that gives us a field much more similar in size to field 8 than field 9 is. And then field 9, we're going to put grass in, and we're going to build a second farmyard in there. So let's go grab the tractor, heads down to the shop, and grab ourselves a plow so that we can get going on this job. I'm very aware at the moment that my tractor is needing repairs or going to need repairs at some point this year. We only have, oh, they come so fast across there. We only have about I think it's 4 actual known issues with the tractor at the moment. That doesn't mean more won't be found. This was a second-hand tractor, and yeah, current damages is 4. We've got to required for inspection in 5 months' time. That's smack bang in the middle of harvest, so I don't really want to do that. The plow we're going to go for today is this Kverneland, the Kverneland Eco Mat. It comes with quite a useful piece of kit in the Paco Mat, so we're going to put that on there as well. We can't quite buy this outright. In fact, I don't want to use all my money up on it. We're going to lease it. It'll cost us 315 a day, but that is fine. Yes. Okay. And then that should be sitting out here. Oh, and in a position where we can actually hook up to it, which is great. So we'll bring this round. Oh, I know what I want to pick up here, actually, and to do with my tractor before we go. I've noticed that the DEF and the fuel is getting a little bit low, so I'm going to grab a 25-litre DEF canister and just refill my tractor before we head back. Be able to grab that over here, like so. This takes a little bit of time to do. Let's jump in the tractor, stop it, and oh yeah, and start filling. There we go. Our tractor is fully refilled with DEF. I think it's run out. Yep, it's gone. So that's good. We're able to keep going with that. We've got fuel up at the farm, so I'm not worried about the actual fuel situation. We can sort that out in a bit. But the DEF, I just wanted to grab that while we were up here. Let's back up onto this. Connect that up. Connect all of our pipes and everything. Yeah. Lift this up. Right, and then fold it. It should fold up really nice and neatly, this plow. Like so. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Right, and we can head back to the farm now and start looking at getting that field plowed. Now, there's several other jobs we're going to have to do before we can really start planting here. And we're going to miss our window, I think, to get wheat into this field. The window for that is basically today. And there's just no way that's going to happen. And you can see in here in our crop calendar, really, we're going to be aiming for either barley or canola. I kind of want to go for barley because we can feed that to the chickens. The alternative is if we're looking at missing the April window for the barley, we can get the sorghum in instead. And that will feed to the chickens as well. So those are all good. Barley is preferable because that will give us the straw as well, which we don't get with the sorghum. Now I need to fold the packer mat in for the headland, and in fact I want to sort of go across and do the headland bits first. So let's bring this up, and I can't see, because if I fold the plow, that folds the whole thing up. If I there we go. Just move that out the way. We'll reverse up. And the way I'm going to do this is the way I've seen some modern ploughing done. In that they do a row at the end of the field to give it a space to turn around on, really. And then after that, that gives them where the headland's going to be. And this end of the field we want to try and do with out turning on the create fields. So we'll go across here like so. Headland will be sort of 3-4 rows out and to about there. We're then going to bring this around here. Again, do a line out from here across. So the idea is that we plow up to this point and then the headland gets done separately. So that goes up to about there. Oh, and lift. And then the last bit, I'll just pull across to the end. That will get us nicely set up at this end, and then we'll go set ourselves up at the other end. And the idea being that we can then turn on the create fields once we've got this set up, and we're not going to go creating fields where we don't want to, which is a very important bit with this, because yeah, we want to keep the field contained as much as we can. Lift it up, reverse out, turn the plow there, and then we'll just finish this bit off here, turning it the same way, but taking it up to the edge again to make sure that everything is done as we want it to be. Oh, in fact, I need to lift up. There we go. That's got it. That lifts that. And away we go. Just doing this little bit here. And then head across here. Get in the right direction. And yeah, there we go. So now we have a nice setup on here where we know where we're going to be ploughing within. We know that we can do this fairly well. And that gateway there is a little bit of an anomaly, but it's kind of left over from when this was a horse paddock. Bring that to there. Lift that. Right. And now we can start doing this field. I ideally want a north-south setup. And this is where we now get to turn on our GPS. Go forwards, put it down, and we want to keep a 180-degree angle as we go down here. So I found out when I turned that actually I had some errors. Firstly, it was going auto width with the packer map, which is not good. That's not where I wanted it to be. Secondly, that meant everything was set off. So I've set it now to the width of the plow, and I've manually set my offset as well. And hopefully this should be all good now. So down we go. Missed a tiny bit of grass at the end there. But I think that is now looking like it's running in the right place with all the right offsets, and should end up working fairly well for us. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's just proved to be better for us to create a new, larger arable field here and do a farmyard in where field 9 is, because it's really quite a difficult field to harvest with anything. Whereas this field will be a much simpler field for us to harvest and do. So yeah, definitely going in there with a larger arable field in here, getting barley in here with a slightly later planting, and hopefully being able to get everything done before then. I mean, it's 22 minutes past 12. I think we might be in a position where we can get this scan today. And it'd be really, really nice to be able to get this field limed. If we can get some lime down today as well, that would be excellent. I don't know how realistic that is though, because yeah, we'd have to get this all done. And I'm just keeping an eye as well on how much fuel we have in this tractor. The quicker we can get this done and the less fuel we can use, the better. It's doing brilliantly at the moment though. One thing I want to be very wary of is the tree. I don't want to really get too close to it with this. So we're going to lift it up here. I think we're going to give it a large area around it. So let's lift up the packer Or let's, yeah, get the packer out of the way. And then I'm just going to do a quick circle around the tree to give me the space around which I want to go. So there is good. Around there. And then I'm going to bring it here as well. Yeah, we're going to basically do an octagon around the tree. Just to get it so that it has a good amount of space around it. And this is more for the combine than the tractor, because the tractor can get fairly close under it. The combine, I don't really want to get too close to the tree with. And yeah, you can see here that this should work out fairly well. Forwards. And make sure that the combine is not having too much of an issue. There we go. Nice space around the tree. That should serve it pretty well. And we'll be able to get a good amount around that. It's not a perfect circle, but that's fine because the tree's branches aren't perfect either. And I need to get into the right row. Like that. Reactivate the packer. Down with our plow. And we're back on it. And yeah, we'll have fun getting around that tree in a bit. But good area to have on there. We might even plant some flowers or something around the bottom of it. I actually ended up getting a little bit tighter on the tree. I figured out we've got a fairly good reach with the side of, or with the head of our combine. So was able to get a little bit closer into the tree in places. There's a couple of places where the branches are still quite low, and the setup might not quite work with the combine, but I think in general we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. We should be fairly clear of the branches. I haven't checked actually how bad the stone situation on here. I'm hoping we're not going to have to get a destoner, and we'll just be able to roll the crops in on here. Let's just check the stone situation. Yeah, they're all small stones, so we're good for that. So that's really good news. And yeah, field 5 actually needed plowing. So this is something that we'd need to do even if we were going to direct seed into here. I'm hoping to offset the fact that we've plowed this field in our environmental score with doing a direct seeding onto it. With any luck, that will counteract the whole issue we have with the fact that we've had to plow around here, and then we won't go even further down in our environmental score because of that. Because if we are doing carrots on a regular basis, we are definitely going to have to find a way to offset the fact we've got to plow every time we harvest. Having GPS on this tractor has made this job so much easier. I am really pleased with how easy and relaxing it's been to get this field plowed. And the fact that we are able to do it so nicely has been a real boon on here. And you can see that we have left enough space on these headlands to get the tractor turned around, which is also great. But having it just spin around like that, get into position, and know that you're in the right place is just fantastic. It makes all the difference to making this job run that much better, especially once I got the actual positions of everything set up right. Now, once I've done that, we're really, really good. Only thing I would quite like this packer to have done is possibly roll the stones in. It's doing exactly what a roller does. It's giving us seed bed, but it's not rolling the stones, which is very, very interesting. And there we are. That is still running smoothly. I'm actually quite pleased that we're running 1 year or 1 day months. and we seem to be staying on top of things. Other than the carrots take a little bit longer than expected, and I think next time we do a carrot harvest, I will probably slow the time down to 5 times so that we can get it all done in a single day. But in general, this has worked really well so far. I've been slightly surprised by it. We've not got a massive number of fields to do, but having to only feed 2 fields is proving to be okay. I wouldn't say we are doing it exactly when I want to. I would like to have got winter wheat in here instead, but things just weren't able to work out that way. And so, yeah, things in general, I'm quite happy with this. And we should be able to get the carrots in plenty of time as well. So it's all looking like it'll work out pretty well for us, I think. This has got really fiddly in this last little bit, but I think we're just about there. Yep. So that's all good. Right, now we need to head down the other side of the field. We've got that rectangular section up there to sort, and then we can crack on with the headlands. So all in all, that I think has gone fairly well so far. And yeah, by the end of today, I think very much we're going to have this field done. That will get this little bit up here. We just need to get the headland section here. So go up to that point there, lift, and yeah, this is where the stuff does get fiddly, because we're now trying to get everything where we need it to be. We're gonna have to get that folded in, I think. Come out here a little bit, and then get into the corner like so. Drop it down and come out here like that. Don't need course plate. Lift, and then we're going to do the same again. And basically this will allow me to keep in as close as possible to that edge there, so that we can get everything done. And I'm not putting the packer in because it's not actually going to be doing anything at this point. Roughly 3 headlands, which is, well, 4 headlands including the initial one that we did. Takes us up to just under this tree. Yeah, it is a little bit messy in this corner. I think we could have had a clearer corner here, but not much I can do about it, really. That tree is fairly in the way. If we bring this here, as long as we do shallow turns, I think we're all right. So very shallow turn around here. Yeah, to get that in position. And then I'm going to have to lift it because this isn't quite a full width of our plow. Down. And away. Now just evening things up down this side. Trying to make sure that we get as much of this in one go as possible. I think I'm going to have to go and sort out a couple of spots on the field. But in general, that's quite good. In fact, yeah, we are going to have to go and sort that out. So what I'm going to have to do is pop back and just dot the plow down in a couple of spaces and then lift it again. There's a few places on the field that's like that. Reverse it up. We'll cut this corner bit out. And yeah, it's all about the cleanup. The better we can set this field up now, the easier it's going to be to farm it later on. I've decided that we're going to extend the headland up a little bit further this way. And I think this might be the last row I put in here. Fairly close to the top of the field. And as I said before, I want to put a hedgerow in. Let's just pull this up to that corner. Make sure we've got no jagged edges like we have at the moment. So forwards. And yeah, this is a perfect angle to do this. I will just pull that up there. Nice straight edge up to that point. And then we're going to do the same down here. So we've got a little bit of field here that needs just extending around. And then we've got the bit at the far end of the field that needs doing as well. We've not managed to get this scanned. It is 6:30. And yeah, we're kind of done for the day. So we've got a few spots, as I said. Need to come around and just drop the plow down to clear them out. So that one there. We've got this one here and 2 others in this corner. We're going to have to drive all over this field as well to scan it. So yeah, this isn't a huge problem at the moment. There's one down the bottom as well. So that one down there. One down here. Just clear up our little messes. Not the most realistic, but then I think realistically we wouldn't have missed these bits anyway. One spot here and one spot there. All in all, though, I'm pleased with the size of our new field. We'll compare it in a minute. But I think it's not as big as Field 8, but it's definitely bigger than Field 9, which is good news. Right, and then just a little bits to clean up here. And I could have gone into all of the odd shapes and all the little nooks and crannies here, but I don't think there's anything that we overly gain in that. Let's turn create fields off. Yeah, it's not giving it to me at the moment, so I don't know if this is going to create a mess when I drop it off. However, we don't actually have anywhere to put this plow at the moment. So I'm going to fold it and we'll leave it on the back of the tractor for now. What I do want to do before we go any further today is just see if we can't get our stuff refilled. Where is it? There it is. Oh, can you get in there and actually use this? Yeah, there we are. There we go. So we're not going to put in, I'm only going to put in 2,000 liters. Yes. And then we'll pop over here. Yeah, we want to refuel the Massey, so turn it off and get it refueling. And that's perfect. So that is where we're going to leave it for today. We need to get this field scanned, limed, and seeded next time. So it's going to be quite a big uphill battle. Will we get it all done? So really, it would have probably been better to have done this the other way round, had the field ploughed and then scanned all of our fields. At the time, though, our plan to actually get the fields scanned wasn't, or to get the fields merged wasn't a plan. So they come so fast along here. So we are kind of playing a little bit of catch up. We're going to spend another £1,000 getting the scanner hired, and we're going to spend another probably £400 getting the field actually scanned as well. That's still a lot cheaper than just paying outright for all of the scanning. And I'm hoping this is going to reveal a large amount of loam. But first, of course, we need to get it scanned with our Iseria Scouts. So leasing that is 867. Okay, so it may only cost us about 1,300 instead of 1,400. So yes, we want to lease that. And that should be sitting for us out here now. Yep, and should be accessible by the tractor. I had toyed with the idea of getting a four-wheel motorbike or something like that and putting this on there. It will work on the back of one of them. There is one available on the mod hub that works with this, but I ended up deciding to stick with the tractor. It cost us another 1,000 to lease it, and while it will be useful eventually to have something like that around the farm, at the moment it's not. So I want to keep the costs down. We're going to use this quickly today, and then get it returned so that we can keep things turning around quickly. We're going to have to get a load of lime. I do have a lime spreader that I've picked out, and we're going to be using that. And then my seeder setup, I'm going to actually switch a few bits around. I found a direct seeding setup with some fairly small seeders that makes a lot of sense to me. There's a base game problem with a lot of the cultivator or power harrow seeder combinations, and this is a mod that fixes all of that, and as a result I think we're going to go with that and get the equipment from that. So let's bring this onto here. We want to get as much of this corner of the field as possible, and wow, actually that will go fairly far into this field. I wonder if we can get this done in 3 rather than 4. That would be even better. Thankfully, we don't have a huge amount of this field to scan. We'd already scanned a lot of it when we were doing our initial scanning. We scanned the grass field, of course, before we did it. And I think it actually might go a little bit beyond where we scanned. So that's good. Let's scan that bit there. And yeah, we've got it in 3. Absolutely fantastic. Final sample is done. Okay. And then we're going to head back to the shop. And we'll go and get our next piece of equipment for today. The fertilizer spreader I'm going to go with is this one. This is a really great little fertilizer spreader. And yeah, that's perfect. So that would be 14,550 if we were to buy it. We could buy this, and we are going to be holding on to it. But considering how much we have leased at the moment, we're going to lease this. So that is going to be 742, but only 145 a day. And so back out here, we now have, yeah, our nice little spreader, which is going to look awesome on the back of our Massey, I think. We'll turn this around and see if we can get in past the fence there to hook it up. I think we can. Yeah, most stuff we're all right getting into here to hook up. It's when we have stuff that's longer and needs to get up to there. We'll see if it works. It looks like it's trying to work. So for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to hook up to this tractor. Now, that over there at the back, I think that is a lime purchase point. So we'll bring this down here. And oh no, it's only 6,000 liters, but that's absolutely fine. That has only cost us £1,000. So we'll see how far that goes. And as I said, at the moment, we're only doing the 1. When you're on a smaller farm, this is an absolutely perfect little spreader, especially with smaller tractors as well. It works really, really well. The amazing thing about our setup on here is we do have a fairly strong tractor. And at the moment, we're not putting anything on it. Oh, here's where our problem is. That has not hooked. Why are those? Ah, there we go. Now they've hooked up. Let's try it. Yep. And it's not a massive amount of increase that we need. So this is going to go pretty far. I am going to have to go around that headland again. In fact, I think we'll do the headlands first, and then we'll get back into the main field after that. A complete round around the field, including going back and getting those patches I missed, has only taken us down to 58%. We're not massively down on our pH levels on here, which is good. Actually makes me quite happy to know that that's the case. And the fact that I've been able to cover all of this is really, really good. Right, let's start down here and start getting the rest of the field done. Look at that. This is really fast. It is only 3 minutes past 10, and it looks like we're going to be set up with the seeding fairly quickly. And the last little bit down here, wonder if that will get the bit in the corner as well. Yes, it has. Oh, just about. Now, there's a little bit along the edge here. So we've still got 9%. I'm just going to see if we can get this into the corner. Get that all covered. And I think that's got it. Yeah, other than this little spot down here, which we can go out down there and do now, that has got the whole of the field done. So, yeah, I'll go and get that little spot. We'll go park this up. And then we're going to see what we can do about a seeder. And, in fact, we're going to sell a piece of equipment that I bought a little while ago, because the new seeder we've got is going to be absolutely perfect for dealing with what we bought that bit of equipment for as well. Now, the piece of kit I'm going to be replacing is our cultivator, our power harrow. We bought this secondhand. We've never actually used it, I don't think. But the seeder I want to get comes with a detachable power harrow. And as a result, we aren't going to need this. And to be honest, we could do with the money in order to make the most. And in fact, probably our lease for the seeder will cover that quite nicely. So let's do that and pull forwards. There we go. So this is what we're going to get rid of, the Rotodent R Max 300. It needs a little repair. It needs a repaint. And yeah, we're going to get 2,282 for it. So we'll sell that. Yes. Now, I think we lost a little bit of money on that. I think that was a little bit more expensive than that. But we are going to replace it with this little bit of kit here. This is the RK300 Plus Jet M. This is part of the direct seeding mod. And this basically turns all of these seeders into direct seeders, because they have the power harrows and the seeders on them, which is absolutely fantastic. So we're going to get this. I really quite like the yellow setup of the Alpego ones. And as I said, this power harrow will be really useful for us. So we're going to lease that. That's going to cost 370 per day. So yes, okay. And to go with that, we're going to need a pallet of seeds. So let's buy a pallet of those as well. And that leaves us with £12,890. That should be perfect. And that setup will work well for us. And the reason why I want a seeder with a detachable power harrow is because we're looking to plant, as I said before, carrots. And we're going to have to power harrow the ground before we do the carrots. So that is what this is going to be really useful for. I don't want to go and plow the ground every time. So using a direct seeder here, we will be able to get around the whole problem we have with having to plow our ground all the time. Wow, that left so little. And should mean that we're able to get away from that whole issue. It will give us a power harrow to prepare the ground for the carrots, and then we'll be able to do the carrot seeder on top of that. We're not going to be ridging the carrots. There is no advantage to ridging the carrots with precision farming on, so we might as well not do that and just plant the carrots in normal rows and go with that. So that's what we're going to be doing for those. This, I think, is going to be a really good setup, though. I'm really liking this already. So I haven't cleared the GPS course that we just used on here because I want to use the same angle. What we're going to do first, though, is come down this edge here and do a complete run down the edge. Let's get the barley selected. We'll reverse up into the edge here, because this is going to be a little bit of a trouble to get into here. Start this up, drop it down, and I don't think I can do tram lines with this. And we're not going to worry about tram lines, because we're actually going to try and get everything done before we'd need to get anywhere near with a sprayer. And we want to go forwards, and then just do this end here, because this end here isn't a perfect 180 degrees, and so won't quite fit our setup for the GPS. But once we've done this side here, we'll be able to come back down and get things properly aligned. So having reached the outer edge of this area, what I'm going to do now is just get this filled in and finished off. There seems to be a few bumps here, and we're not raising the seeder too high. So as a result, we seem to be sort of seeding small patches every so often. Not a huge problem, but just something to keep an eye on. Obviously, if I want to avoid seeding a certain place, I need to make sure that I don't go too fast. I'll bring this out here. Yeah, you can see where it's bounced around in this corner a bit. We've got some areas that it's already touched. But we're fine otherwise. So down. Look at that. That's a nice little area that we've got done. And in fact, it looks like the headland is, or where we're stopping on the headland, seems to be about 2 widths of the seeder, which is perfect. We just need to plan for that a little bit more when we get onto the last bit of the field. So up to the top corner here, down with the seeder, on with GPS, and away we go again. Looking at our variable seed rate, majority of this field seems to be loam. We've got a sort of medium seed rate here, but as soon as we start getting into the horse paddock area, or the old horse paddock area, yeah, it changes to a good seed rate. So yeah, I'm thinking very much not using a huge amount of seeds here on the top half here. That normally indicates an area of field that is loam rather than either the sandy loam or the silty clay. Well, silty clay always uses a heavy amount. I'm going to approach doing the tree in the same way as I approached the bit at the other end. We'll go round this side here, and then we'll do this side of it. We'll get this side all planted, and then we'll go back and do the other side of the tree. So it's going to take 2, maybe 3 rows going down here by the looks of it to get this side of the tree done, and then the other side of the tree is going to be done pretty much the same way. And hopefully we'll end up with a nice even set of seeding around it. I do like having left that tree in the field. It makes sense to me that I wouldn't just plow it up or wouldn't just get rid of it. We'd want to leave that in there. As interesting as it is to work around it, it's a nice little feature of this field, I think. So having done both rows on this side up to here, I'm going to lift this here. We'll come around and do the headland bits under the tree. So that down there. And that way we're always keeping our cultivating bit on the outside. And we're not creating any patches anywhere on the field, which is what we're trying to avoid doing. And the second one in. I think this should be about right. Yeah, bring that out to there. And lift that up. And what I need to do is basically do the same on the other side. So this is why I've not seeded any further than here. We're going to do the headland around tree here. And then I'm going to seed the tree. Wanting to come... I think we want to go up the far end of the field, come back down here, and yeah, then that's that next row will finish off that one there. You can see that's just touching. The whole thing's bouncing. We're not lifting the trailer at the bit enough. Maybe I need a bigger weight on the front of the tractor to stop it doing that. It's not a huge problem because we're going to reseed over those bits in a minute anyway. But yeah, the bouncing around is just allowing the seeder to touch every so often and get a few seeds in the ground. Amazingly, all that faffing around the tree has cost us quite a bit of time because it's now 4:15 and we still have a sizable section of the field to go. So I want to get this done and in really now as quickly as possible. But with that fiddly bit gone, we should be able to just blast through the rest of this. One thing that'll be interesting next time is seeing if we actually get any weeds on this field. We've plowed it, so that should stop any weeds coming about. But of course, we're also direct seeding it with this. So that normally gives us medium-sized weeds. We will be keeping an eye on that and seeing where that goes. But to be honest, I think we might get away with it. We might end up with no weeds on here. That would be perfect because it would mean that we can get on with preparing our other field. We want to get the carrots in as soon as possible. I also want to get the sheep and the cows. We're still not got any animals on here. And we are well into our first year now. So, in fact, yeah, we're into year 2 because we started off year 1 very late. So, very much want to get those set up and start producing some stuff from our cows and our sheep. And, yeah, the only way we're going to be doing that is if we get them bought. And that also means that we're going to need to do some hay. So I think that in May, we might concentrate on getting the cows and the sheep set up. And then when we get into June should still be a time when we can plant carrots. And we'll get those planted ready for a late harvest much later in the year. We've had a bit of a shower come on at 10 to 6. And so we're digging into the ground and it's getting a little bit harder to pull. If it rains too long, we are going to sink and not even be able to get this finished. So I'm hoping very, very much that we're not going to get in that situation. I really want to get the headlands planted today. Well, we need to get everything planted today because this is our last chance to get the barley in. And this rain has come at a very inconvenient time. Oh, my tractor's starting to struggle a bit. In places, it's low enough that we're not actually able to lift the seeder out of the ground. And it's just continually seeding. I might have to lift and turn off for the foreseeable to stop that being a problem. Well, the main body of the field is finished. We just need to get the headlands done now. I am dipping into the ground and now running all over my seeds. Not sure this is going to be the best yield at this end. But we are actually in a position where we can get this field finished. I should turn some lights on my tractor. You can see actually the direct seeding function of this seeder here where we've gone up the side and it is direct seeding in and oh no, really? Turn that off. Oh, we can move if I turn the seed. Oh no, we can move backwards. No, we can't move at all now. Managed to disconnect and reconnect while we're on the grass. I'm hoping that's gonna be enough to get me started off on here. I need to get the top end of this field done, and the only way we're going to do it now is by starting off on the grass and just keeping it moving. Oh, wow. This is not a happy setup right now. Yeah, look at that. We're slipping sideways while seeding. The last bit of this is really messy, but we are at least able to get this seeded. Oh, I need to live there. We're right under the tree branch. That's the trouble. And trying to get this so that I can finish things off is not easy. Right, and drop it down. And the last little bit along here. Yeah, that is not the nicest of finishes or the cleanest of finishes to this. But it has at least got the job done. Yeah, there we go. Barley in all of the field. A little bit down. These bits down here, these are actually grass patches that are at the edge of the field, right under trees and things. Otherwise, yeah, that field is all done. So that is fantastic news. We've managed to get it all planted. We've not managed to get it rolled. So not quite everything I wanted to do today, but we have at least got the barley in. So after getting the barley planted last time, the good news is that there are no weeds in the field. So we're not going to have to deal with those today. As a result, I want to concentrate on getting some hay bales made. And to do that, we're going to need a tedder. And I've actually downloaded 2 mods that would be really useful for us for this. We've got the ELHO TR300 and the Coon TC320. Now, these are both tedders that should also row things up for us. The Coon is a little bit more expensive, and if I put the new design on it, looks like this. But it's only got a 1.8 meter width on it, so I'm a little bit worried about putting that behind our mower. So I'm going to go with this one. This is the ELHO TR300. It should do the trick and do what we want. And we're going to put this on the back and our mower on the front. So we'll buy this. Oh, no, we can't buy this. We're going to have to lease this. So that should be all okay. And then we'll head out, jump in the tractor and grab this. And the idea behind this is to get this job done all in one go and get ourselves turned around fairly quick. Want to get the cows and the sheep done by the end of the day and all set up. So that's going to be very much what we're aiming for today. If we have time, I'd like to grab some fertilizer and run our spreader over the barley and just up the fertilizer on that, because we could really do with that. So if our day goes well, we'll probably finish off with that. First, though, we need to see how long it's going to take us to actually get some hay bales made, because we can't feed our sheep really anything else, I don't think. I'm going to drive in to the sheep field here. It can be a little bit bumpy and it's very sharp to get into this field. So we'll go around like that. And of course, the other entrance is no longer available to us. This is the only entrance into here, unfortunately. Hey, it's a little bit tight and a little bit difficult, but we should be all right. I think getting a flatbed trailer into here is going to be a no-no in the future. I think what we're going to have to do is bring bales out onto the road here. Last time we did make it easier for ourselves by putting the flatbed in through one of the other entrances, but that is not an option now. Oh, wow. Am I actually going to be able to? No. Not sure I can get round here with this all set up. So we'll back this out again. We'll stick as close as we can to that side. And a little bit of adjustment. And we're in. Oh, wow. That is such a tight turnaround there. But we're out and it's all good. So let's unfold everything. Let's get that all set up. We'll close this gate so that's out of the way. And cutting this field should be fairly good. Turn everything on. Yeah. And then drop down. And we get this to drop all down at once. Sometimes this works and sometimes this doesn't. Right, that's the front drops down, the back drop down, and yeah, look at that. That is very cool. So that is, as long as we turn fairly shallowly, we're able to create a swath of the hay behind us without too much difficulty. And in fact, there's enough width on this that even if I turn sharply around this corner, we get the majority of it turned to hay. This is fantastic. I really like this setup. This is going to make things very easy for us. The grass is really, or the hay I should say, is really lightly colored, and so isn't quite so easy to see while it's rowed up, but we are getting some very nice rows off this, and it's great actually for going round a second time and clearing things up. If you've got bits where it's missed or things like that, I actually went round a couple of areas on the field and just cleaned them up earlier when I was getting into a position where it was a bit tight and a bit difficult to get in, and you can see the area there. Now what I can do, come up here and we come in here to cut this and back it up. We'll back up as close as we can to the hedge here, down and forwards, so we're dropping at the same time. And there, oh, be careful, don't want to slam into the wall really. And yeah, that's got that fairly well. And then we can come into here, come around and out, and because it's pulling in everything from the width of it, it works really well in pulling all of that together. And you see, we've got a nice row behind us. This is going to make baling up this field really easy. Gone around the field. Well, this is the fourth time. I'm actually going back round the other way because of the way the bit was set up at the far end. And seems to be working out fairly well for us. We'll just cut through here and then lift up again. There we go. And that has got majority of it. And then we've just got this little bit to clear up around the side over here. So we'll bring this around here. We've actually only got 2 rows there, but the rest of this should be fairly good. And I think I'm going to go up and down. Actually, I'm going to go up and down this way because we've got 4 rows on either side, so that will be a lot easier. So lift up and reverse. Yep. Looking fairly good, and I'm fairly sure actually we cut this in this direction last time, so works out well. It's kind of the longest edge which isn't a diagonal, so I'm happy with that. And down and in and away we go. And yeah, this is a fantastic setup. I really love this. A setup like this was actually what I was trying to do with Fairhead towards the end. Getting the very maneuverable setup we had on there set up with something like this so that we could do this all in one. But we were really only doing silage on there. The silage was paying so well that there was no point in doing the hay at the time. On here, as we discovered, selling a single silage bale basically that allows us to buy 1 hay bale. And so it's not really worth us selling silage bales to buy hay bales. We might as well make the hay bales ourselves and save ourselves a little bit of money from that point of view, or a little bit of work from that, you know, having to go and sell the silage bales just to buy hay bales. We might as well get it all done on the farm here and have to take the hay bales a lot less distance. So I'm happy with this. This is good. And if we continue this way on the farm, it's going to make it very easy to keep our animals going. As we get to the bottom end of the field here, it's getting a little bit more fiddly, having to turn a lot more. But I think it's better than if I'd done it the other way. So we should be all right. I've also got a couple of bits I've missed. So I'm going to have to go back and get them done. But all in all, this is going fairly well. I think we'll have this job done by midday, and that gives us a good amount of time to come back in and get the field baled up as well. So that shouldn't take us too long. Oh, no, I want that real one down. I've got the actual conditioner that we got on the back here. I have that set to be the one that I'm lowering separately at the moment, because rarely am I having to lower the mower without wanting to have this this tether on the back not lowering as well. But there's a couple of places where I've had to lower this in order to clear up some bits that hadn't actually been got. So it's been a better way to do it than that. So forwards and in, and yeah, look at that. That is just such a great setup. I am so happy about how this has gone. It's made this massively easier, and we've only got a couple of little bits I'll have to clean up once I finish this field, and we'll go and get the baler. Everything's done and cleaned up, so we'll turn off the back bit, we'll turn off the front. Let's fold this up, and yeah, now just need to get this into the shed, and I think we'll turn it around and put the conditioner in there. Well, I don't really want to block the mower. In fact, yeah, we're going to use the mower on a regular basis without the conditioner, the TR300 we've got in the back here. So let's back this out, and to give ourselves a little bit more maneuverability, keep ourselves nice and close to that water. Bring it around a little bit further. There we go. I think I caught the mower a little bit on the actual entrance to the field there. But we're all right. We can get this off here, and then pull out forward with this. We should be able to have enough space then to get around here. Oh wow, this is such a tight area of the farm, and because, as I said, because we've got the other field that we've now just sort of we're using as arable, we can't get the combine in this way or anything to get the other fields that I had eyed up from that far corner. So we may have to look at having another entrance or another way through to here. Need to lower that. Select the right bit. Oh. Okay, so we'll just patch it, drop it down, and now we've got enough space. But yeah, that's a little bit tricky. We need to find an entrance into here that isn't via this road, because the tractor is having trouble getting into here. The combine, I'm pretty sure, won't get into here, and for the future that might be a really big problem. Right, let's hook up our baler, and everything's hooked on, and now we can head back out to the field and make ourselves some hay bales. And then we will have stuff to feed the animals. And wow, it is already 20 to 1 in the afternoon. We need to get a move on, otherwise we're going to run out of time to get the animals and possibly get some fertilizer on our barley. Yes, there's a little pile over here that does make things a little bit rougher, and it's coming right round for the gateway. It's quite a tough little bit to do, but it's working fine, and we're on to here. So start this up, drop it down, and we're away making some bales. Fantastic. We haven't actually put any extra nitrogen on this field. It's affecting our environmental score, so we do need to sort that soon, I think. We probably need to run a weeder or something over this field as well, or just a sprayer with some herbicide that won't get used on the field at all. just to try and raise this the score on this field as well. But the yield isn't too bad. In fact, let's have a quick look at what our yield was on here. So looking at the yield, yeah, it actually wasn't too bad. It was about comparable to what we had last time. We can see field 5, which was the same cut and the same kind of stuff, was a little bit darker. We're over 100% in places though, which is great news. We dip as low as 90 on some of the field, but overall that's a really good amount that we got off here. So we should get a similar number of bales to what we had last time, and we basically sold half of our bales last time, so we should have about as much hay here as we have silage, which is great, although we're going to use probably about twice as much, to 1.5 times as much hay as we are silage, because we're going to be feeding the sheep as well as the cows with it. Onto the last headland, and I'm putting the bales at the edge of the field just to keep them out of our way once we get into the main body. Should make things a lot easier if I do that. We are up to 4 bales, I think, after that. So that's we're getting a good number on here. This will keep us going for a little while. It'll be interesting to see how much the sheep actually use once we get them in here. And we are going to have to cut around the sheep. Obviously, as I said, I want to make another grass field, and the plan is eventually, when we turn our attention to the former carrot field, we're going to put all of that to grass, ready for us to build the new farmyard as well. At the moment, though, it is still sitting as carrot, waiting for us to do some planting. So maybe once we've got the carrots into what was the wheat field last year, we'll be able to get some grass planted. I don't want to leave it too late, otherwise we're not going to be able to get a cut of it this year. And I really would very much like to do that. Oh, this is going to have to be a proper turnaround. We're not going to get this reversed into position. I'm currently doing circular rows now to reduce the amount of maneuvering I'm having to do. And it's going fairly well. We are now up to 5 bales, I think it is. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so 5 bales in total off here. So to address the elephant in the room, of course, doing all of this in one day is not massively realistic. However, over the course of a month would be a little bit closer to how long this would take. And as we're doing single day months, I think I can allow it for this. So this would be something that we'd go in, we'd do the tedding and the mowing early in the month. We'd then leave it, we'd come back later in the month, and we'd get this all baled up. So I think it's fair enough considering how short a period we're running at the moment. 5 little rows left to do now, and yeah, we've got about 9 bales off here. I think this is going to be the 9th bale. It's not going to be, it might be an exact bale as well. It's not going to be far off, and I don't think we've missed any of the hay around the field, so it should basically be everything. It's going to be very, very annoying though if this doesn't reach one final bale, and I think actually we're going to be hard pushed. There is not 20% of a bale in this last strip here. Yeah, that is going to be 11% shy. Really have to hug the side of this. Yeah, it's not great. And those pallets in front, they get in the way. We have to get as close to those as possible. But then the back wheel of our baler also likes to get that. I think we might have to get rid of this shed here. I think we might have to work with something a little bit smaller, a little bit more accessible. Make sure that we can cut that corner off Same thing with this one here. We're having to go out quite wide here to get the baler and everything through, and this is why we're building a yard separate and away from here. Once we moved out of this yard, though, with most of our equipment, this shed here actually won't be of any use to us. I'm headed down the shop now. We are going to go and get some fertilizer and just whip around that field, around our barley field. Don't have any tram lines, of course, which is not going to be great. Wow, I think we're going to need a couple of these because that's only 750. And I've gone for bags of fertilizer here because basically I don't have my telehandler down here. And we could use the telehandler for this, bring that down here, get it loaded up and get some big bags. But the price of fertilizer, I'm really hoping this is going to go a long way. All right, into the field. We'll do the headland first and get that sorted. We should be all right on here without care wheels, I think. Yeah. And bring it in. Right. Let's start this going and see how far we can get. We are using this at quite the rate, so we need to keep going. In fact, we got rain coming again as well. This is not good. Okay, so I got more of the field done than I thought I would. We're not doing too badly. Yeah, the tram lines would definitely have helped. We're down to 8%, and this might actually do this whole field. That was something I was very worried about, and in fact, we have managed to get it cleared up really quickly as well. A really small interlude, but a really important one as well. We're left with 368 liters of fertilizer, and that is fantastic. That is exactly what we needed. Just enough fertilizer to get that field done without having to go and refill it. Final job that we need to do, we've got to get these bales collected up. Don't want them getting too wet, to be honest. And the grass field, thankfully, is not going to be too bad for this. We shouldn't sink really into it too deep. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, grass fields are great to work on in the rain. We might spin around a little bit if we go too fast, but we're not going to sink into the ground like I was worried was going to happen while we were doing the fertilizer spreading. Oh, how close is that? That's got it. Right, we just need one more. So 6, 7. Yeah, it looks like we only got 7 bales in the end. So that is not as many as I'd hoped, but that will get us started. We will have to get, I think, the sheep and the cows next time, and then we will be in a great position to get them fed. We're going to need a feeding wagon as well, but it's all good. And I think the next cut we do on here, that is going to need to be a hay cut as well, just to keep things going. We've got plenty of silage at the moment and not enough hay, so that's what we're going to need to do on here. Lining my second one up and in, and then we'll just back off both of these, give ourselves a nice stack of 3 and get them in as well. All in all, I'm pleased with our progress today. I've got everything done I wanted to, plus a little bit extra. Always a good way to go here. And that means that we are in a position that's really, really strong at going forwards. As I said, though, I think it's going to be June now before we get the cows and the sheep. We can get them all here next time, though, and we will need to get some sort of feeding wagon. So we're going to have to borrow the money for that. We will need to probably get a straw blower as well. I think getting some manure out of our cows too would be a good idea. And yeah, I think that's gonna be a good place to be. And we need to start getting next year's carrots in. So it's gonna be similar sort of thing. We're gonna be doing a multi-machine setup with our tractor next time, and hopefully our tractor then we can take out of commission for a month or so, because we need to get it repaired ahead of harvest. Otherwise, we're gonna end up with a big problem. No tractor and a lot of work to be done. Bringing in the final bale off the field. Coming up to 6:30. Oh, just caught the pipe there. And once got this down, everything will be nicely in place. That's been a good day. It really has. We've got so much done. I'm wondering if another tractor might be on the cards, actually, as we come to repair the Massey. Maybe something with a little less oomph to it. Not quite so many horsepower. So my first problem today is that we need to buy some lime. We've not got a huge amount in the trailer. We've got 507 liters, and we used almost a full one of these last time we did field 5. And yeah, we got a bigger field to do in field 8. So we are going to have to borrow some money today. It's going to be 10,000 that we have to borrow. So our loan is going to go up to 265,000, which in all fairness is not bad at all. I'm quite happy with the level we're keeping the loan at the moment. But we need to get this filled up. So we will get a full trailer full here. There we are. Okay, and we'll cover that up. The other thing I need to do while I'm down here is we're going to want a mulcher today. And while we're down at the shop, we might as well grab that. I've taken the front weight off the tractor here. And so what I'm going to do is pop into the shop and we'll see what we can get. And I downloaded a couple of options for us. We've got the Ceres Technic NL. This is 5,800. It is a 3-meter one and can go on the front of the tractor. Or we've got the Flegel Knife Roller, which is 7,500 and can go on the front of the tractor as well. This one actually works faster, has slightly higher power requirement. That's fine. But I think we might go with this, actually, you know. The green cutter. Yeah, this I think will be a perfect addition for us. Leasing it will only cost £58 a day. Yeah, so there we go. Let's go hook that up on the front. We still have a load of seed sitting here. And what we'll probably do is get the... Oh, I'll get our little... Get our telehandler down here to get that. Hook this up. Lift. Right, we need to back up here. And get this into... Well, get away from these seeds. Can I move these seeds out the way? Is this pallet light enough? Yes, it is. Oh, thank God for that. We'll just move these over here. We can pick these up later. Yeah, if there's not enough on the pallet, then we're fine. So what we can do is we can mulch and then cultivate later, which will be absolutely perfect for us. That is going to speed things up no end. Once we're in a position where we have all the equipment we need on the farm, I think I might go and extend my loan and buy some more land. We've got fields 3 and 4 just to the south of us. One of them's got linseed in it. One of them has, I think, corn in it. So both are crops that we could get with the harvester. We'd have to lease another header for the combine, but that's not too bad. I need to leave myself enough space to maneuver around here. So let's drop this off at the end. We need to lower it down and drop that off. Oh, I want to unfold. Oh, there we go. Unfold it. Okay. This is being fun. Let's fold it. Drop it down. Oh, right. No, we can't. We've got to attach hoses and drop it there. Yeah, it's it unfolds when it lowers. So that was my issue there. Let's back this up. We should have enough space to turn around in here. Yep. And this little lime spreader is absolutely fantastic. I love having this on the farm. Oh, that looked like there was enough space to do that then. Round we go. And out. And into this field here. So field 8. Its pH is bad. Its level of nitrogen is bad. We need to get this field nicely done up. And I'm slightly worried that planting the carrots on the final day is going to mean we're going to end up with only 1 day to harvest them, which would be bad. It's not using a massive amount of lime, this, but we are coming to the end of the headland and we're over halfway through. So yeah, quite a bit of lime being used. Let's turn that on and set first waypoint and set the width, and that way we won't waste any lime. And yeah, we're going pretty much straight, which is great. The GPS is an absolute lifesaver on here. And at the end of the field here, pretty much we're almost out. Should be able to get into here, and oh, we're gonna get a little bit further than I expected, but we are out. Right, I need to go fill this up, and I think 1 more full trailer should do it. My original plan had been to get the animals today, but with the shortage of time left for the carrots, we just can't really do it. It's gonna be an issue if I don't get this field at least prepared for the carrots today. However, we are going to be in a position where at the end of the day, we're either going to start planting the carrots, which would be good, or we're going to get the cows and the sheep, which would also be good. So we'll see how much time we have left. If we have time left to get the animals, we will get the animals. If we have time to get the carrots in, we'll get the carrots in. Either way, it should work out fairly well for us. Yeah, look, there's that field of linseed. It's a fairly big field, field 3, and would do us pretty well, I think. And we could straight up harvest it. In fact, both of those fields we could pretty much straight up harvest, so long as we get the corn header. So I like that idea. I like the idea also of adding linseed into our rotation. So we'll see where we are and see how much more money we need to borrow. But it could end up being really good for us. Looks like we need to move some eggs from the chickens as well. They apparently don't have any space for new eggs. So that's 2 full pallets of eggs we have there. It's not taking more than 2. So we want to get that fixed as quickly as possible. We'll get the telehandler in here then after we get this job done, and we'll get them moved. I don't know how well eggs sell for at the moment, so that might be something to have a look at. Our chicken population continues to grow as well, which is fantastic news. We're down to the last 20% of lime, but we're also coming up to the end of the field. It's not quite enough to reach on the ground, but looks like we might be all right in general. There's a couple of patches there. I'm just going to go over. So we're down to 5%. That should be enough to get the few little bits we got at the edges. So that's got everything down here. And I think we've got a couple of bits in the edges at the far end. But all in all, 2 full trailers. Fantastic. That is going to work really well for us. And means that we are fully done on this field and ready to get on here with the mulcher and the cultivator. So let's get those hooked up and get the next job done. As I mentioned though, first we need to get these eggs moved. We need to keep our egg production going. So we will drop the bale fork off. We will get the pallet fork on. Then maneuverability of this Merlot is great. Not quite so great as to be able to turn around in that space, but we should be able to get this out the way here. And the other thing that's preying on my mind at the moment is the fact that we are going to have our tractor out of action soon. We need to get repairs done on it. We need to get those done, otherwise it is going to cause us a whole load of issue. I don't know why it's saying the eggs are full when there's all this space. I'm guessing there's a collision problem with it. So yeah, we need to make sure that we are moving the eggs out of here on a regular basis to ensure that they have enough space to spawn more. And that one on the right, on the left there, that is going to be a lot of fun to get moved out the way. We'll go put these over on the flatbeds, ready for selling later. But yeah, they are yeah, there's no real, that's the only thing is getting actual storage space around here. This is why the new farmyard is eventually going to be so important, because at the moment we just lack storage space for pretty much everything. All right, there we go. Just plonk that on the middle of there. We can go and sell those later and go and grab the second one and get that loaded on there too. And yeah, we might have to hook that up and go and sell those on that. But good to see that we've got 2 pallets of eggs out already. I've had an idea with the eggs actually. If they're unable to spawn further down, as long as they're in the spawning area, they should be fine to fill up once they've spawned. Let's just bring up this, check the collisions. Yes, the spawning area we can see there. So I'm just going to move this pallet into the middle. Down this end while it's got so few eggs on it. And hopefully they'll continue to spawn on there. And as more spawn, we'll just move them down and into the middle. And hopefully that will mean that we can fit a lot more pallets of eggs in that area. So with that done, we are going to hook up the mulcher to the front here. Right, and then we'll back straight up. And I think I've disconnected... Have I disconnected my bit from my drill? No, so we'll disconnect that. Can't do that. I've got to connect it up to this first. Connect that up there. Right, and then come back here. Disconnect that. There we go. And then pull that forwards. Lift that up. There we are. So now... this is why we got the power harrow and the drill setup, because we can do this and get this working. Unfortunately, and I did try this, we can't hook up the seeder to it as well. That would have been perfect. But unfortunately, it doesn't want to work. I think we have a fairly straight edge over this side. If not, in fact, we already have a GPS set up on here. So we'll line ourselves up down here on this side, reverse ourselves into the corner, start everything up. Right. Let's check our actual lines. So they are over there. I want to reset the width. Perfect. And yeah, you can see here it does go a little bit out, so that's fine. Let's go forwards, drop down, and I think we're now mulching and Yeah, there we go. We're mulching and then cultivating all in one swift motion. That is fantastic. Oh, but yeah, we are definitely going to have to fix that headland at the edge. This is working really, really well. There's little bits at the ends that it's missing because the way the rear cultivator works, but that's headland stuff, and it's kind of a little bit expected, especially when you're using a setup like this. In general, though, it's just working brilliantly. 2 jobs all at once. We would have to do the cultivating, the power harrowing here anyway, and to have this mulcher at the front just going through and mulching first is going to massively increase our yield on our carrots. Absolutely fantastic. Lift it out and look at that. That just works so well. I couldn't be happier with this. This is just brilliant. Just gone 3 o'clock and we are about halfway through the field, and yeah, not much going on other than this is a really efficient way to do this. I think I said it early on in this field, and it just works so well. I love it. I would love the idea of doing this when we're planting the barley as well, but the thing about it is that we have to plow before we can plant the barley. So yeah, we're always in a position where we've got to mulch as a different bit of that. But I'm wondering if we could put this mulcher in front of our tractor when we're plowing, and mulch that, and then plow in, and whether that would work. That must work. And would be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I think we might give that a try once we've harvested this year's crop. All in all, though, this is just going smoothly, and I can't really foresee anything else happening before the end of the field. One thing to note, we currently up to 6 damages on this tractor, and we've got an inspection required in 2 months' time. So I'm hoping we're going to have a little bit of a lull after we've got the carrots in here, where we can get our tractor inspected and repaired before harvest. But with 6 damages and more to be found, this could be a problem. Time is coming up to 6 p.m. We're nearly done as far as the top end of the field goes, but you can see it splays out a little bit towards the bottom end. So there's a fair amount of work still to do on here. I said earlier, either way, we're going to get the carrot planter or we get the animals today and it'll all be good. I don't think we're going to get either done. We are probably going to try and get both of them done next time. So carrots in and the cows and sheep arriving. We kind of need to do that because if this tractor is going to be out of action for any extended period of time, we need to know about that. And this is not good. So yeah, we moved this egg pallet up here and it's no longer filling it. That's annoying. So yeah, looks like these egg pallets do have to be here, otherwise they won't actually fill with anything. That is incredibly annoying. We'd have to move them after they're full, not before they fill up, which is yeah, that's not good, and probably means we're now going to end up with an egg pallet with so little on it like that, which again, very annoying situation to be in. Right, down at front, back into the field. Let's get this finished off. The last little bit of the main body of the field. Lift that up there, and then we just got the headlands to do. It is coming up to 7 o'clock in the evening, and that is the thing. This has taken us all afternoon. In fact, it's taken us most of the day to get this done. The difference between having a 3-meter and a 6-meter cultivator here, it's not the end of the world because we have got 2 jobs done at once, which is fantastic. what I want to do is get this all done and dusted and set up. So away we go, forward, and yeah, so across the bottom here, and get these headlands finished off. I think we'll be finished off by about 8 p.m, which will be good because that will be this field done. And I think next time we might actually go and get the 6-meter planter. It will cost a little bit more to lease it, but I think considering the amount of time it's going to take us, it's probably going to be the better way to go. And then once we've got these carrots in, we can hopefully do without the tractor for a couple of months, because we are going to have to get it repaired and rely on our telehandler until harvest comes. That is the top headland done, I think. We've got a little bit of sort of wider setup here. Yeah, let's just lift all of that, and then we can get that little bit there, like so, and then get this little bit here as well. So we're right into the corners. Oh, there's actually some wheat there that didn't get harvested. I think that is because that is on the land that we don't actually own. And yeah, down the side, and just the top headland to finish, or the bottom headland to finish then. And that will be this field ready. Last little section, it's actually going to take us down to the bottom corner, and we'll have to drive back. But yeah, this is gone fairly well. It is 10 past 8 in the evening. So we've managed to get it all done, but it has taken us the whole day to do it. In fact, I've got to come back a little bit here and do a final little stretch. And the way this is done, I'm going to have to come back and do that bit as well. But that's fine. So just maneuver ourselves around and get this here down and done. And there's a couple of places on the field where we just can't get at it with the mulcher. I'm very much thinking that a better way to go in future would be to pre-mulch the headlands. So get the just go around the headland quickly with the mulcher at the beginning. It will mean that we'd get rid of a lot of the patches that we have here, and really make sure that we're good to go. But yeah, that is our fields done and dusted. We want to get this gate open, get ourselves back into the yard. So next time we will be getting the carrots planted. We also, as a matter of urgency now, need to get the cows and the sheep in. They are very much overdue on the farm. We've got the feed for them. We don't have the water for them yet, but they will be a very useful addition, and we need to get them in here. So yeah, time to get them sorted. Time to get the farm up to the next level. I get the distinct feeling that today is going to be a fairly expensive day on the farm. We have got to get this tractor repaired. We're currently sitting at 6 damages and an inspection required in 6 months. It had trouble starting up when I got started with it this morning. So yeah, it's going to have problems, I think, today. And I'm hoping it's not going to conk out on me. It's certainly, we've got to get it scanned and checked for problems and things today, because if we don't, we are definitely going to have it out of action, and it's definitely going to have more problems tomorrow. So what we're going to do is first borrow a little bit of money, because we are 4,250 in the hole. So I'm going to borrow 10,000 to begin with. That'll get us up to 5,749, and it's beginning to bite now. The fact that we've got so much leased is absolutely beginning to bite. You can see we're losing about £10,000 per day, with £6,000 of that being in vehicle leasing costs most days. And so it might be a little bit counterintuitive for me to go for the Mini Air Nova Fold on here over the Ridge, considering the difference in price. But we are going to lease this. We can lease this and it'll be an extra 500 per day. Yes. And we'll grab that. And then I'm not going to worry about getting any seeds yet. Instead, the pallet I am going to buy at this point is the servicing pallet. And we can come down and we can pick this up a little bit later. We're going to need this to repair the tractor. And that should do us for now. We have over here this pallet. This only has 50 liters of seed. I have a feeling that we may actually want to go and get that. Oh, that will fill up. We might want some more seeds looking at that. And we'll have to come down here and get those. This does not hold many seeds, this planter, but I think it is going to hold more than 50 liters. So we'll give that a go. Bring this back here, see how full it gets, and then I think we'll buy another pack at that point. Connect that up. Is that all? No, collected up. Right, good. Right, and then refill it with, wow, 32 liters of seed. It really didn't take more than that. So I'm going to put this and try and put it in this. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. So when we come back in a bit, we'll come back with the telehandler and bring all of that back with us. And hopefully the seeds in this will go fairly far. We want carrots. Perfect. Right, and going for the slightly wider seeder here, right? Slightly wider planter should mean we can get this job done fairly quickly, and we need to get this job done quickly today. I have no idea how far these carrot seeds are going to go. I'm really hoping it's quite a way. It would be exceptional to be able to plant all of our fields with one pallet of seeds. Now, last time we were in here, we went along here. I don't think we actually have a core setup. We'll find out on that in a moment. But let's unfold this. I want to give myself a nice big headland with this, I think. So we will go... I think we'll go about here-ish. Yep. And this time, I think we're going to try and set it up so that it does actually follow the line of the field. So if we go like that, start this up, drop it down. Or are these actually going to go at the angle? No, they are going to go north-south. Right, so cancel that. Let's line this all up then, and we will go at the angle of the field, like so. And try and get it going at 0 degrees if we can. Set our second waypoint to our width, and away we go. And yeah, we seem to be on about the right angle. So yeah, carrots going in, and we will have to clean up along that side again. Well, as happens. Something you might notice early on here, and I'm sure I'm going to get comments on it, is why am I not ridging these carrots? Why am I not putting ridges in first and then doing this? And it's simply because ridges have no effect in precision farming. So there is no point in me ridging these at all. They will do just as well planted straight up like this. And we don't have to go and get another piece of equipment to do anything with them. The less we disturb the ground, the better it is. And so as a result, we are best off just doing it this way and not worrying too much about it. Now, I am trying to get a fairly large headland on here. as I said, at the other end. So I'm being a little bit cautious. And as soon as it makes the noise on this end, I'm pretty much immediately putting it down or picking it up there. And I think we want to come in about here-ish. Yeah, if we can get decent size headland on here, we'll be doing well. So we need that actually in order to turn around properly. And so we're probably going to have some spaces in the corners as well. But that's the other advantage of not ridging, is the fact that we give ourselves a little bit more maneuverability on the field as well. About halfway through the middle part of this field now, and we've only used 28% of the seed. This is fantastic. Carrots are really, really good on the seed usage, and in fact, this is excellent. We are using very, very little seed on this whole job. Now, one thing we are going to have to do very soon, I think, is get a new tractor. I'm hoping one's going to come in the shop, and at midday I'm going to check the shop again, see if we have one available. If not, I do have my eye on one. I think we might get a Kubota. I think we might get an M6. We can get one for about 100,000, and it will end up not costing too much for that. We can get it with about 140 horsepower, I think, for that price. So that's what I got my eye on. I'm really, really hoping it comes up, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, another tractor is going to be very necessary, especially if this one could very easily be out of action for 2 to 3 months. We're into the fiddly bit at the far side of the field now. It is just coming up to 1 in the afternoon, so I'm actually really, really pleased I got this wider seeder. Yes, it's costing me more money to have it, but overall I think it's going to save us a lot of time and a lot of money. So that's good news. We're up to the edge of the field here, so we now need to head up this headland here and go and do the top end of the field. And yeah, once we got this done, we'll head back down and get the other end of the field done, and we should be in a really good place then. And then we can see exactly how much repairs on our tractor are going to cost. I am really concerned, not so much about the cost of repairs, because we can borrow the money to cover it, more the cost of time in getting it repaired. I really think we're going to end up needing a second track to get through harvest, because even if this is out for 2 months, that's going to impact into this year's harvest. That's actually worked out quite well. We are coming up to the gateway. I'm going to have to close the gates, otherwise they are going to be in the way of the last little bit. But that is very nicely done. It is only 2 in the afternoon, which is fantastic news. That gives us plenty of time to fix up the rest of this. And yeah, we're going to be able to get the tractor scanned and hopefully start it being repaired today. With 6 bits wrong on it already, I am really worried about how much worse this is going to get. We're going to have to put this, I think, in the end shed here for now. I also think we might have to straight up just sell our barley straight away this year, which is depressing. Whoa, no, don't unfold. Drop down. Okay, we don't need to do that then. So drop that down, and we will leave the Massey here ready to get it scanned with our stuff. And yeah, time to head down to the shop and get ourselves our repair kit and sort this tractor out. How bad is this? This only has... Okay, this is requiring an inspection in 2 months. So we might inspect all of this. I'm expecting this to be out of action for a very short period of time, if that's the case. And as a result, we should be okay. Oh, if we're going to get the cows, we're going to need to get a mixing trailer. I think I might have to look into that. Okay, so down to the shop with it, and we'll just scoop this up with our forks. I have noticed that the forks haven't degraded at all. And how's the... Well, the actual bit we've got here, it says inspection required in 2 months. There's a little bit of damage showing on our Merlot. Nothing too serious. Well, we might get away with this if we're lucky. I am noticing that the linseed is ready on the field we want to buy. Do I go and risk it and buy those, borrow the money and buy those now? Oh, we really want to add that linseed to our stuff, and with everything the way it is, it might be worth it. It's gonna basically max everything out if I do it, and that is a little bit concerning. I don't really want to put myself in a position where I have no money without selling anything. That would be really, really bad. So we'll have a look. We'll have a look when linseed actually can be harvested till, because if it can be harvested next month, that would be great. Okay, let's grab the seeds out, and we'll just put them, we'll put them in here for now. We have nowhere to store any crops this year, I should say. So it might be a straight sell. Right. And bring this over here. And we'll have a look at both machines. So how do I inspect the vehicle? Open maintenance, Control J. Right. Let's start an inspection. Takes 1 hour and therefore you completed it. Yep. Yes. So you do that. Continue. Completed at 15:45. So in the meantime, while that inspection gets done, we are going to go and use this piece of kit and see if we can get the cows and the sheep started. I think we'll get 10 cows, 10 sheep to begin with, and that will mean that we can get a good little bit of production going with both of them. So, cows first. I think we're going to go with some Holsteins. They start producing milk at 18 months, and we want to get some calves in fairly quickly. So I think 10 Holsteins, 16,500. So I am going to borrow 25,000. That will take us up to a £300,000 loan. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then we're going to select this. For that fee of 1,000, it's going to cost us more than that to lease a trailer. So I'm quite happy having them delivered for that. So buy that. Yes. Okay. So there are our cows. I don't think we need to worry about water for them, so that's good news. Over here, though, if we're going to go and grab our sheep, in fact, we need to come to the front here and grab the sheep. And with such a short gestation period on the sheep, I think it and puberty, it might be worth us getting at this point a load of lambs. We'll be able to get twice as many lambs. So yeah, I'm gonna take this up to 20 lambs, and then in a year we should be fairly good. And the idea is not only to get wool here, but by the time we're looking at getting towards the end, we should have a load of lambs to sell as well. So we will buy 20 sheep as well for 4.5 grand. And that means we still have 6,500 to fix our tractor, which is perfect. Right, we need a couple of hay bales to feed the sheep. And then I'm going to have to look at what the cost of getting a something to feed the cows is going to be, because at the moment we don't have a mixing trailer, and we don't have a huge amount of hay, but we do have quite a bit of the silage. So hay into the feeding trough. We're going to need to cut this grass field again soon. And yeah, that's all in there. So daily food is 100 litres. Yearly food is 9,300 litres. And they have just under that. So one more hay bale is enough to feed our sheep for the year. Our cows need 42,000 litres a year. So we're going to have to get a mixing trailer and get that mixed, because that is a lot of food we've got to sort for the cows now. Our tractor should have had its inspection completed. And 2 more damages, so 8 in total. Okay. Yeah, look, just not starting. We need to get this into the shed, park it up, and then what I think we'll do is see how long these damages are going to take to fix. Hopefully it'll only be a month or so, if that's true, and with any luck we'll be okay. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to have to very much think about what we're going to do insofar as for harvest, because we need a tractor for 2 months' time, and it may be that we have to go with buying a new one in order to get through harvest this year. I don't really fancy doing harvest with the Merlot, especially if the Merlot itself is due to be out of action in the near future. So let's head over here. And we'll put the repair stuff down in front of that, because that's where we need it to be at the moment. This is off, so Control J. Okay, so it will be finished today at 7 o'clock. Today at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for 3. So all 8 damages would be, well, all 8 damages would be end of the day tomorrow. Yes, we can do with this tractor. This tractor can be out of action for a day, and it'll only cost us, perfect. Right, let's repair the damages. Yep, and end of tomorrow. So this tractor is 1 day, and just over 1 day, this tractor will be up and running again. That is absolutely perfect. So I'm going to put the tools in this shed here in our little workshop area. I'm actually surprised that this isn't a workshop on the farm. It's a little bit strange that. But yeah, leave that in there, out of the way, and then we can inspect this once harvest kicks off. In the meantime, I need to pop down to the shop. We need to get a water trailer, and then we can get the sheep with some water. And oh, I haven't rolled the carrots. Do the carrots need rolling? Are we going to have to roll with this piece of kit? Let's see. Needs rolling. Take the mulch off. No, the carrots don't need rolling. I thought I'd rolled field 5. We must have run out of time to do that. So yeah, we're good. Fantastic. So we're back down to the shop, and we're gonna need 2 pieces of equipment here. I need a water trailer and I need a feed mixer. So water trailer, I Don't know how much water the sheep take. I don't think it's a huge amount, so we can lease that for not a lot of money. Yeah, we can lease that, and that won't be too expensive. Oh, I need to get my number plates right. And because we're putting it on the telehandler, I'm going to get the same number plates on that. So that's Tazoslo's number plate. Rim color. We'll go with chrome wheels, and we will lease that. Yes, okay. And to lease the other one, we are going to have to borrow 5,000. I'm hoping that's enough. And I'm going to get a 22,000 litre Silo King trailed line here. This should do the trick really nicely. Leasing that is going to be 2,250. We've added another £1,000 to our leasing costs today. That's not great, but thankfully we still have space in the bank for it. This telehandler actually should be able to run this trail forage wagon. So that is good news. We'll get both of these back to the farm and get them set up. I think that next time a lot of our time is going to be spent getting ready for the harvest. Knowing that it only took our tractor out of action for 24 hours to basically get the repairs all done. We need to get the repairs done on the telehandler, and we need to get the repairs done on the combine as well. So I think next time we will probably get those all going. And then after that, we're going to want to maybe look at getting a contract done with all of our equipment out of action and not being able to actually get any work done on the farm. I think it's going to be very wise at that point to take a contract. And I can think of no better contract to take than the one in Field 3 for the linseed. So, yeah, let's borrow the items for that. And then next time we'll be able to pick up the harvesting contract in Field 3. 2,602 litres with the linseed. It's only going to be 2,600, but it gives us something productive to do on our farm. And yeah, bring a little bit of extra money in. It won't even cover our daily costs of leasing. But it will at least put a little bit of a dent in it. All in all, though, I think we're doing fairly well. We will need to feed the cows next time as well. So that will be what we'll be doing. For now, though, I think it might be time to leave this here. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.